right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boy.
Puny. Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. Resist!
Hello. Hello. I did not use the
Good day.
Risings.
How you doing, guys?
Awesome.
Good to see you.
Well,
Because guess who we got on today?
Sarah. Chat room. Everybody that's been sat there waiting for us. You know we're always late. Come on. if we say it's going to start at 1 o'clock, it means it's going to start at 3. Say it's going to start at 5.
We're not that bad.
We're start 23 minutes
late.
past. 23.
Late.
23 is a cool number.
We give updates, right? That's kind of nice.
Yeah. we got an awesome day today, man. We've got some awesome stuff to talk about, and we've got an awesome guest on the show. Have we not?
I'm stoked.
I think we've given it away already because we've got all of his all his stuff up, which was this was all designed by Sarah, the graphic designer over here, to my right on the screen, but I'm pointing left. But yeah, anyway. So yeah,
don't count the other way.
we've got a very special guest, and we're gonna. Well, we're just gonna play this for a second, so you get some idea of who's coming on. Because we already know.
Nah, that would be great.
everybody in.
Illuminati confirmed.
Illuminati confirmed. Okay.
Can't stop me.
You will talk to them people.
What, Blue?
Printmatic.
Be careful, they're going to take a scan of your eye.
Yeah.
Ready
I like to get inside and drive along open roads.
Show my paws, let's see your paws.
On life, wishing that the gas prices wasn't so high. The lust of
Buddy,
power make you holler
you are back. You are absolutely.
Sometimes success is deceiving to the eye, cause people say they rich when they just getting by. Television make you think it's something you can buy, but before you get the truth, you gotta sort through the lies. Choose your own path and walk on by. The only true failure is if you don't try.
Here he is. Yes.
Where's the... Come on, we got this. Where's the clap?
The captain has arrived.
Is that a captain's hat you got there, Captain? Love it, man.
Making sure I'm staying wide awake.
That's
Just
awesome.
finished doing about 4 hours of science streams on my channel, and now we are still going. I promised that I would make this episode, so here I am. Should be sleeping, but whatever. We're making it happen, and we are.
Hey, you sleep when you're dead, man.
Wait a second.
You
Wait
are
a second.
You are asleep.
Calm down. You need to rest. It's okay. No, I'm just kidding. Bernie, I do think that you go through some maybe a little bit turbulent cycles, but at the end of the day, you catch up. And I've seen this. You know how many patients that we had that came, and it's like you throw pills at that, it doesn't do shit. So there's some, deeper science to that, obviously, to that sleep cycle. But I'm super glad you're here, and I want to talk to you more about some science stuff, I was thinking about some questions I had for you too. Because I love, if you guys have not already seen this, you really need to get over to Bernie's channel. We'll be posting links here in just a second. But Bernie's kind of a revolutionary here, and he is paving the way with talking especially about the free energy, but he's doing his own alchemy experiments. And so we're going to have him show us some of that today, if you don't mind. Bern and Ernie. What is that? Is that Ormus?
Yeah, so it's known as Ormus or monoatomic material, or also a plasma state, a solid plasma single atom of metal elements, and the mysterious legendary monoatomic gold. What we have right here is actually monoatomic silver, but I also do make monoatomic gold out of pure gold, getting the same stuff. Just, it's like a real alchemist. Before you master producing other things to gold, first you're spending a decade learning how to melt pure gold down to nothing. And well, that's really expensive, so you gotta be careful with what you're doing and don't try it at home, because you can easily produce oxidized materials, which is diatomic, not monoatomic, and that is what accumulates in your blood cells and will give you heavy metal poisoning in a flash, and it absorbs through the cells because it's still on that like single tiny molecule size solid matter, as opposed to your physical metal solid that's walking through walls. How matter absorbs, how chemistry happens, it's on the nanoscale, and it's learning that how to produce these metamaterials. That's just been so fascinating.
And you dry that out, don't you, to get the white powder gold?
Yeah, exactly. You just take it out of the water, you rinse it for a while, and then you leave it out in the sun. And David Hudson, the original scientific research on it from a couple decades ago, when he was got Germans to test it, Russians to test it, and the Americans, and they would, I believe, with the gold and a couple other, they were all sorts of anomalous like weight loss, levitation, all sort of like just quantum aspects of this solid white stuff that also appears in all the ancient holy book scriptures, Sanskrit, Babylonian, Egypt, you name it. The legends of this higher technology material is everywhere.
They found it in pyramids too, haven't they? The white powder.
Yeah, exactly. Where the pyramids are like the places of worship, or where they work shops, and like if you've seen on Autodidactic with Campbell, we've done a lot of digging into the Antiquitech and the cathedrals and tying that all in, and that anywhere that these plasma arc happens, or the flame, that there's like ozone and other like white metamaterials that accumulate by it, and it's everywhere.
I think it's created in the water under the cathedrals and stuff. Like in most places, you'll see all the underneath of these places have waterways.
Well, see, that's what I wanted to ask. Then, is with some of this literature, is there
absolutely Conspiracy R Us has done really good videos on showing the cisterns and all of those different connections, and how it's like
good channel those.
We've been told it's like steam power, or water power, but it's like what real water power, this electrolysis, L-chem, electrical chemistry, electrolysis chemistry,
real powerful
fusion. And there's this article on Zero Hedge today, also from oilprice.com, talking about nuclear fusion and how they just raised $110 billion to try to build these clean energy fusion reactors, but it's still 15 years away, and the amount of energy that you have to produce to get it into this plasma state in these toroids is like, sorry, dog and the mailman, maybe, I'm not sure, in the background, but that they're it's just so insane that they have to create the ultimate energy of essentially like all creation and to put into this reaction where the cold fusion is just like your single little vibration, the minimal micro amount of the right frequency, and then you're able to create anything out of nothing within water and a small amount of harmonic energy, be magnetism, electrical, your music, your sound, your resonance.
Right.
I was going to say, if you can tune yourself and just your own presence, right? So the only other thing is in this literature, is there any connection to when they would do these experiments in relation to like time, as far as what time means? But do you know what I'm saying? As far as like the cycle aspect, anything to do with the moon cycles, harvest season, that kind of thing, seasons?
Oh yeah, so that like I've literally been discovering these scientific experiments that are through how the alchemists would like silver is the moon, the element silver for the alchemist chemistry is tied to the moon, and then when I started making monoatomic silver out of pure 1 ounce silver coins, one on anode, one on the cathode, and I'd let it run for a couple months, that it actually, the amount of this monoatomic material that was coming off of the anode silver was directly related to when the moon was waxing, waning. There was like pretty much nothing being produced at all. And then when it's a full moon, there's a whole abundance of it being made around it and able to be harvested and taken from it. And one time there was a super full moon and it filled the entire canister that I had it in. And
wow.
I think I was in the stream. It was a while ago in the stream where where it was said like, wonder if it's linked to the moon, and you said, yeah. Do you know what? I need to check that. I need to check if it, notice if there's a. I'm sure that happened.
Yeah. So yeah, about
did you just test with silver?
It was with the Alien Scientist channel. Jeremy Race and Jeremiah Pop joined the technicians. I believe he's in this live chat right now watching. I did an experiment during the lunar eclipse with making the monoatomic silver live doing the reaction, and it was a full moon the night before, and I ran the experiment on one of my streams, and it was making a whole bunch of it like I had it recorded and everything. And then the next night I went on to the Alien Scientist stream and I reproduced it, and absolutely nothing. It was in the peak of the eclipse. I ran it for an hour and it made absolutely nothing at all during that hour. And then I left it running, and then it's like the next day overnight in the morning there's a whole bunch that started producing again, because it was like then entering out of the full moon once the eclipse was over. So
was it just silver, or did you test with other?
That specific experiment, I've just been doing silver because the moon is the silver, and I noticed that cycle. Gold is the sun, right? So that's another one that obviously I'm going to be monitoring next and seeing, trying to figure out if the gold cycle is, day.
I know when I tested with Ormus from Salt, I tested with the moon and I got heaps of production as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good point. So crystallization, and I had silver zinc monoatomic combination, but I guess it was about 20% silver, and then I think 70% zinc and maybe 10% copper monoatomic combination. About 3 inches in the bottom of one of the containers I had. I put it outside in the middle of the winter here in I guess in southern Canada, but it was still minus 30 degrees Celsius. And for the first time ever, I watched the white material crystallize into pure solid, jagged, shard 3-inch crystals, and
Wow.
Like what DMT does when you
yeah, but it's
crystalline.
like, was it freezing to ice? Right, that's one question. And no, sure enough, I harvested. I took it out. I brought it inside. This actually video. It's called Lunar Crystals. It's up on my Odyssey Crypto Alchemist channel. Like, thank God for Odyssey that it saved this, and I actually had it have it documented. And like, this is one for science. That I took the crystals out of the ice, brought them inside, and I'm also thinking, is it the salt that was in the water that was formed part of it? And I ran it under warm water for about 30 seconds. It didn't melt, it didn't dissolve. And then I put it out in front of the camera and left it for running a stream for an hour and a half. And sure enough, it started to oxidize off. It didn't dry out or evaporate. It wasn't water. It wasn't salt. It literally, you'll see in the video. I think I actually replayed it on my channel. I think it's restreamed to my Burn current YouTube channel. It oxidizes back into just pure white monoatomic dry powder in the crystal form, perfectly out, and then eventually just back into that dried out white powder state that you're talking about, Callum.
How far back was it, dude?
On my YouTube channel, I think I re-premiered it.
I'm on your Odyssey.
On Odyssey, it's on the Crypto Alchemist Odyssey, not the Burn Odyssey.
Yeah.
Though.
Oh yeah, I'm on the Crypto Alchemist Odyssey.
Yeah,
I'm following
then
you.
it's probably about 6 months back, or 6 or 7 months.
What's it called again?
Lunar Crystals, I believe. See if I can find it on.
Moon crystals made from monatomics. There we go.
There we go. Yeah, that's the one.
So
yeah, this is really interesting. So, but in the literature, do you know? I'm curious, and maybe this is something. I shouldn't say maybe. This is definitely something I want to read more about. Do they talk about any other influences, and also what would be the best way to gauge the frequency of that? Like, how would you, from your knowledge, and maybe from some of these people from APEC, does anyone have a frequency gauge that could, just from the
Sarah? And it's what I've been talking to John Hutchinson about, and him and Nancy. They explain the device that it's set up to. You first measure and record the resonant sound frequency of the specific elements, and then are able to re-enter it and use it into the signal generators and the Variacs. And
what about the heat? Have they ever done? I think I talked to you about this too, because I found the patent for heat to frequency conversion gauge, and it's actually a Halliburton patent.
Okay, I do not recall that, and I really want to see that one because that is crucial.
Okay, I'll pull that up actually, so we can talk about that today.
this is the video, dude, I think.
Then I guess you get that resonant frequency. Once you have that resonant frequency, that's what you use to produce it.
And where my mind's going is like, when you're producing it, if you can gauge the frequency through the process of each season, and also and that way you could see the effects. You could, and this is just something that we can show to the public to, that influence. It's amazing.
Would be some sort of cycle, yeah.
Or what if we could also
throughout
test
a year,
and then like, okay, so we're gauging the frequency, and we can test the healing of somebody through the process, right?
I mean, the resonant frequency
so
of the
right
moon.
here you can see that at that tip of that, there's some of the crystals. The brown is like
Maybe you can create a new
triatomic particulates at the bottom, and then there's like the shards sticking out, and then they oxidize down into what you see here drying out on the mirror of just the white powder remaining. So yeah, see right there, there's the crystallized. This was after I rinsed it out with water for a while, and then which broke down the dark matter. It usually turns into like different structures and whatnot. I can give a better reference of that in a few minutes, but it's right next to it there. I think I'm going for a better angle.
Tell me if you want me to fast forward it or something, or
yeah, by all means, go through.
Oh, dude, do you know the better way to do this is if you share it on your screen, and like we'll just give you the share, and then you can go. You can do it, can't you?
It was given a pretty good shot there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess skip to the end a little bit better, and just it's a good demonstration. Oh, yeah,
Is
there's
that too far, or?
stuff. Yeah, no, I pretty much illustrated it there. On my Twitter, I've got way better close-up, high definition.
Here we go.
Oh, there you go. That perfect. You found it. Yeah, pause right there. Those are the actual crystals that came out, and it was a complete layer of those shards, 3 inches through the bottom. Yeah, and if you see how it's all wavy recording, I've found and noticed in all pictures and video around this monoatomic plasma matter that it creates this interference in these plasma fields, or in the video fields from the plasma field. And yeah, so there I'm bringing it out of the water, and then I run it through the tap, and it stays intact through the warm water, and then it was just time being exposed to the air and it oxidizing back into the monatomic powder, drying out. And yeah, it's just so fascinating.
That's awesome.
Very much so. Yeah.
Because I mean, that's really interesting. Those lines, that's really interesting because that is a frequency thing.
Yeah, and it's on different types of monoatomics and like different coils that I have. The size of the lines and the rate, the speed of them going alters, and it's totally just different frequencies of it. You're exactly on point with that. So at one point when it was focused on the container there was a few crystal shards that were above the water and on the side of the plastic there. If it goes back to it, if you're able to rewind it about 30 seconds, it was up. The fascinating part was that those remained up until about a couple weeks ago when it got to 35 degrees Celsius heat here, and it finally like dissolved away. But they stayed intact for quite some time, and just outside the water in the original encasement.
So this is silver, right?
Silver, zinc, copper combination was what the material made. So that's the insane part, is this stuff, all of the metal elements break down into this material. And it was me, when I was reading Sir Isaac Newton's alchemy descriptions, he states that all matter can be all metal matter can be broken down into its most basic, he called it mercurial white powder state, and I believe that mercurial molecular or molecule monoatomic particle.
Is that actually powder, or is there fluid in there?
That's fluid.
So there's water at the top, that it's floating in the bottom
Uh,
of.
Right, it's the way it was set up like that. That was really because I didn't realize there was the water above it. I thought there was. Yeah, that looked cool, man.
So you'll watch it settle for a little bit, and I don't know if it's showing up, but on my screen, it's starting to get a little bit wavy. Once again, that interference. Is it showing up on your guys' end, or is it only by my monitor?
I don't see it.
I think you're seeing it through the monitor.
Then it's giving.
Yeah, it's the light coming through from your side is helping you to see it more. It's a bit more cloudy here, but is it going into that sort of vortex?
It does, and then you're also going to start seeing at the top now. It's settling and it's going down. It's
quite fast, isn't it? It's actually quite fast. That's almost like
so fluffy, and you're gonna just see it settle more.
See the lines now.
It's almost like a sort of a timer, like an egg timer.
Like a sand timer, exactly.
I wonder how long it takes to settle, and if that has any sort of bearing on anything at all. How long it takes to settle? You make one, and it takes 5 minutes to settle.
You're bringing up absolute crucial points that I've noticed all sorts of variations with different ones, and it's like I've been collecting different videos of different types of them, like throughout the years of experimenting with them, and I'm putting together and organizing now from the saved hard drives, lots of it on old phones and stuff, just into coherent, structured, time-lapsed, documented, recorded.
That's settling crazy fast, man.
Right? Like,
yeah. So what I'm interested in is if you can increase the yield from silver during certain phases of the moon, how do you measure? What are there phases to the sun? How do you measure them?
It's just the rate that it's breaking down and decaying and particulating off of the anode physical amount, and that I literally, when I'm making monoatomic gold, I put in a 10-gram bar of pure 24-karat gold on the anode side, and I'll run it for a few hours, and I'll lose 2 grams, and it's a lot of money that you're making into us, like the certain amount of it that comes out of it.
Are you still consuming a small amount daily?
So I drink the water daily, and I consume a small amount of it once a week, I'd say.
But when you say you're consuming the water, it's not a huge amount of water, like maybe 250
I'll
milliliters.
drink I'll be refilling these a couple times a day. That I'll drink them about halfway and then refill them and then drink them again, like use them in.
They're only that's only like that's less than 500 milliliters, isn't it?
Itself, that's just the water on top, and that's what like colloidal silver. That's from 13 to like 25 parts per million silver that is dissolved in the water to consider it colloidal silver. When you're making it out of the pure monoatomic, that's 1,000,000 parts per million silver you have that is then dissolving and interacting and structuring the water that I'm then ingesting and using. But do not try this at home, because like anything can go wrong, and you get that, you're dead. This was made out of pure gold. It turned purple. Like there's gold, always talked about the gold state where it goes maroon and purple throughout chemistry and processes. It's like you ingest that sort of water, you're toxic, you're dead. Like
that's funny. Have you heard of red gold?
Or yeah, exactly. That's the one half of this is that red maroonish gold. This was made out of gold.
Yeah. Because like that's sort of, because there's rose gold, isn't there?
Yeah.
But it used to be a lot redder. There's reports. Apparently, there are reports of like red gold.
Jeremiah, actually, when did a stream together that long ago, I think it was on my first channel, Bernard Conkin, so it's long terminated. But he had a nice big chunk of red gold that he had chemically treated to get it to that state, and then added this one other chemical that it dissolved into, and then it completely dissolved from that solid crystal red chunk of gold into the liquid, probably acid, whatever it dissolved into, and then all of a sudden particulated out into pure white monoatomic gold in the bottom of it. And that's the known ancient alchemical process of making these monoatomic gold and silver.
What kind of chemicals do you use, like types of acids or something?
So I've never done it myself that way, and when I'm reading it, I'm usually reading from like translations of ancient Germanic and French and Russian from 200 to 500 years ago. So there's a couple of guys in the APEC community that I've done streams with, like Esoteric Gold and Jeremiah, that can answer that for you, that I do have streams up with.
You can have me on again.
I like stream of the episode that has that information on my channel right before I came on here.
Bernie, I have to watch a bunch. I still have
the fact that they're doing it. We're figuring it out, and we're both getting the same results through two different processes. And the difference is that the old way and all those chemicals, it's like you have to treat the metals with several reactions and washes and interactions with different chemical compounds to break them down in the stages, and then once you have it down, then to rinse and wash it out from those toxic leftover chemicals that were in the acids and whatnot, where this is just water and salt. And so all you have to do is just wash the salt out and then pour out the water and evaporate the rest of the water, and you have that pure white powder single atom plasma state metal matter.
Is there any talk of, with this, when you consume it, of obviously they talk like about you turning blue if you have too much colloidal silver? And
so instantly, if it's oxidized, it's diatomic, and that's something that's in many of the times that I've made the monoatomic elements in the processes, just a disturbance of the frequency, or if you cut the anode electricity or the cathode side a little bit, it'll instantly turn yellow sulfide, or just being bumped and like messing with it, all of a sudden it'll start oxidizing and turning green, and it's instantly poisonous. And clearly, while you're blue-green if you're ingesting that. And the difference is monoatomic, that plasma, that single atom. So quantum bonding, quantum coherence, and the structure of two particles is that you have those the pure elements that are one single atom, or then they turn into chemicals and attach to like an oxygen atom or a hydrogen or more complex chemical compounds that turn into everything else that is existing, us, animals, wood, plastics, everything, starting with minerals and whatnot. But wow, lost my train of thought there. Questions?
I like that, dude. You listen. You're amongst friends and in good company with that, where that is concerned. Losing the train of thought right in the middle. Happens to me. And Sarah
that's actually, I was going to say, I think if you come on the show with Richie and I, it's going to happen. So just plan on it, because I think our ADHD kind of rubs off a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, quantum coherence. And so the big thing is that they found that one atom can react with the paired atom somewhere else in the universe simultaneously through space-time, which shouldn't be happening, and that is time travel through energy, information, and physical matter, essentially, and that single atomic, it's not bonded to anything, it's free, and it's that higher, one step higher dimensional matter and access and just energies, I guess, and it's essentially connects to like the ether or like the antimatter or counter space or whatever you want to call it, but the ancients always knew it as the ether, and it's the fifth dimension essentially of such dense matter simultaneously existing within itself, and who the heck knows, but it's just unpacking that information, and it's been classified and hidden for so long that even the ancient alchemical writings, when I'm reading them, these books, it always starts out by swearing allegiance to the closest royal monarch and kingdom that they are residing from, and that it should never be shared with the average person and like a non-initiate and whatnot. So it's like this science and just knowledge and ancient knowledge, but higher technology has been suppressed and hidden from beginnings of time to modern day military governments and private interests.
I put your I thought I'd put your chat up there, Bernie, so you can see your chat room, because we got some of your fellow scientific minded buddies. Join the technicians.
Yeah, so join the technicians.
Good to see you.
JP, he's the one that was making the red gold that then dissolved into the pure white monoatomic gold. And Jeremiah, do you want to join in? Would you like to join? Should we send Jeremiah the link? Should we vote on that? How's it? What are your thoughts?
Hey man, that'd be cool, because I know we've got skeptics in the audience, like always, people. So let's
bring in the masterminds. I love it.
You've got the link there, Bernie, so you can send it to him, dude. Oh, he's in the middle of a process, so we can't.
Okay, but Jeremy, it would be cool. I've been on a stream with you and Bernie, so if you would consider coming on, we could do a show with you.
Jeremiah,
too.
not Jeremy.
Jeremiah, sorry, I did that.
Jeremiah.
Yeah.
But
yes, here she is. Yes. Roxanne!
How you doing? I'm so sorry for the delay. Everything just all went pear-shaped before I was supposed to come on the show.
No, listen,
so I've had to come live from the car.
We know how it goes, Rox. This ain't our first rodeo.
Well said, brother. How is everyone doing? Is everyone all right?
Yeah, we're getting totally fascinated by our resident science technician over here, alchemist, definite alchemist.
Hello.
Hi, lovely to meet you. Lovely to meet you. Chat room, shout out the chat room as well. Sarah, Rich, everybody.
Shout out all three chat rooms, man.
I see Cam there as well. Hold on, my phone screen is super small. Hi, Cam. Hi, Callum.
This is you're doing what I did. I get them mixed up all the time, Callum and Cam. This is Callum.
Just go Cal, and then you're sort of sorted.
Cal.
Come.
Yeah.
Just go come.
Because we all know the dude. Just the names. Because I start saying Callum and I sound like I'm saying Cam. Like I want to short because I'm so used to. But then I don't want to call you Cal because.
Can we call you Cal?
So you know what I mean?
Special K. El Dude Arena.
Special K.
Cal.
His dudeness.
I like Special K. I mean, it does have other connotations, obviously, but I like that one.
You people do. It's
so yeah, Rox. basically Bernie's been showing us this experiment with making monatomic, basically different monatomics. So the one he was just showing was zinc and silver and zinc or something. And the observations that he's made with, like, the moon is its metal is silver, and so when he's been doing this this process, he's noticed the production of the, you know, it pumps out a lot more basically when it's a full moon or rain. You know, the phase of the moon has a direct influence on the amount that it actually produces, the amount of monatomic silver that it produces. So I was just wondering about gold and if there's a phase for gold and stuff, but then it does, yeah. If you've got the gold, or it's not making gold, is it? It's actually breaking gold down. So, I want to make gold.
Exactly. It's actually costing you the price of gold disintegrating into this.
So 10 milligrams of gold, how much does that?
10 grams. So it's
10
gram bars that I break down. And so 2 grams, or this right here would be, I'd say, about 5 grams of physical gold.
Hang on, let me put you on the, let me get you up on this thing there.
So 5, and this is still fluffy. When this fully settles, it'll probably be sitting at about half that in size. And if you dry it out of water, it would literally like be 2 little grams of white powder sitting there, but it is pure gold that it came from and physically is. And I've been able to reproduce that process with all of the soft metals that I've ever tried it with.
So I'm be interested in what are the applications of monatomic gold?
So
balancing the brain hemispheres. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, that's a theoretical one though, isn't it? It's not
supercharging superconductivity to like your cell and maybe your consciousness. Who knows? Like, does it connect? Have your brain and your cells running at 100% instead of like 8 to 12?
So what I'm getting at is there any, like, if there's not really any application for monatomic gold other than for health, for
no, exact opposite. It's the highest technology possible. It's quantum gold. So you're talking about these nanotechnology, microchip processor, nano chip transistors, all of this.
So for the super connectivity,
quantum computing, you need quantum matter. What is it? I propose is actually quantum matter, and you're now having every milligram of weight of matter accessible to that superconductivity potential of quantum energy coming out and into the physical circuits and what application of what you have it running in, whether it's electrical generator or anti-gravitic or health structure. It's essentially the building blocks and the structure of the universe and nature.
And you've been slowly, carefully absorbing yourself monatomic gold, drinking colloidal silver.
So it started with about 7 years ago. I created a combination of monoatomic copper, zinc, silver mixture that I washed it all out. It was always the pure white, and it was through the Keshi Foundation Spaceship Institute, and their health. They actually have all the running these sanctioned health trials through different universities and like labs and everything throughout the world that I witnessed and was part of their live stream. Like literally, I've been using Zoom for about 8 years because every week I'd be partaking in the knowledge seeker workshops of the Ketchy Foundation, seeing all of this, and that's when I started drinking the water, like figuring out that okay, this is essentially colloidal silver, zinc, copper water, and that it's plasma structured water as well, and that builds up your body's immune system slowly, as opposed if you were to take just a small amount of this physical plasma and ingest it the first time. You're going from having maybe 100 parts per million in the amount of water you're ingesting, as opposed to 1,000,000 parts per million for the amount of physical matter that you're ingesting with this stuff. Therefore, you're going to completely fry your entire circuitry of your cells, your body, your everything, and you're going to mess it up, like, so it's so powerful that even the purest right stuff taken wrong is absolute poison for yourself. That do not like it, and only after drinking the water for 6 years straight and then noticing actual benefits myself from it, not getting sick. I have not been vaxxed this entire time. I've been exposed to the virus over 20 times. I have never caught it. Like, it's like people are like, oh, you're so crazy and insane, testing, guinea pigging heavy metals on yourself. And it's like, well, do you know what the chemical makeup of what you're getting shot into yourself is? It's like, that's physical metal of it. Anywho, not going to talk more about that, but it's like, so after all of that, then about 6 months ago, I made another pure batch of what I use a pure silver cathode and then a pure gold anode. And I believe that's the combination of the Philosopher's Stone, because in all of the ancient alchemical depictions of the Philosopher's Stone, you have two snakes going into a pond, and one of its heads is a sun and the other of its heads is the moon, and thus you have your electrical currents going into your electrolysis reaction with a silver and a gold. And that if you're making monatomic gold, it's the anode that is physically breaking down and turning into that white pure powder and matter. And that is what I've started ingesting. So I'd create 2 grams worth of the gold into the monatomic at a time. And what this right here is probably 4 milligrams remaining worth of monoatomic gold from my last batch that I made about a month ago. So I
shouldn't that be white?
So this is as yellow as it'll ever let it get to consider monoatomic, and this was made out of gold. And then look at this one, which was made out of pure silver, and how this is about as purpley, yet gray, that I would ever let it be and consider it monoatomic as well.
Right. Right. I just want to say to
Richie, that's a good point. And so why it got this gold and like how precise it has to be is that when you first make it, the salt water remaining from the gold within the first water before you do the rinses to get the salt out and everything, it's actually gold flaked throughout it all, and it will dissolve and do a crystallized nano layer of particulate around the entire inside of the bottle. Or it will also, if you don't remove the pure white fast enough from that gold, a little bit of it will attach to the white. So then essentially you're having a crystal atom gold flake of it and a monoatomic atom of it, and that at combination could actually be the real key of connecting the solid metal element aspect into the plasma higher dimensional superconductivity element aspect of engineering and matter and energy transfer.
Right. Sorry, I just got distracted for a second then. So what I was going to say before, just quickly, because we've got some people in the audience that get triggered by certain words and phrases and things, and they like to, well, they get triggered. And what I think this is a good opportunity to explain to people, particularly in one chat room, and Roxanne's chat room. One of the biggest issues that we've got is how they divide us all, and they've divided us in every which way that they can, and we've divided ourselves every which way that we can. And one of the things that really there has this division between science and what we consider to be truth, and we say, oh no, the scientists have been lying to us. And hang on, Rox is back. I'm just going to bring Rox back in. Sorry, Rox. Yeah, Rox. I'm just chatting to your chat room at the moment, but yeah. So Rox is here, guys. She's got all things going on in the background. I'm just trying to explain. Our biggest problem is being divided, getting triggered by each other. But the thing is, there's some real solid intelligence and insights on both sides. So what we want to try and do is get people talking to each other without getting triggered. And you just got to leave that shit at the door, man, if you want to learn anything. If you want to learn anything, or you can sit there being arrogant and and say, no, I fucking know everything, this guy doesn't know shit and I know everything. Well, I've not seen anything to prove that you do. I've seen quite a lot to prove that this guy does.
Exactly. If you're going to challenge his degree, please show us yours, and please bring up relevant information. If you're just calling him a hippie who does LSD because he's wearing sunglasses and having a great time on a fun ass show, nah, not really our problem.
Please, increase the heat, increase those flames, and play that music that you had the jamming when I first came on pre-show.
Yeah, man. Listen, on that note, right? On that note, isn't it? Where is it?
It's trying to be healthy mentally, stretch it out, because yes, I agree the creator is a wonderful idea, but I think we still have to do the work ourselves. If you read any of the literature, they tell you that. So just keep that in mind.
It's not constructive either. It's not constructive to just sit there trying to shoot things down and just listen, and if you don't want to listen,
find the common ground. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, and that's what
if you get triggered, you end up missing things. Yeah,
that's something that I did. That's something I recognized that I was doing. I was chucking the baby out with the bathwater with, like, Jordan Peterson, right? Didn't want to listen to anything he said because he triggered me and I thought he was a dick. But then I thought, no, I'll have a listen. And then now and again, he actually comes out with some gold. He comes out with some real gold. So, and I'm sure it's the same with me. People will sit there and go, you're full of shit, mate. What are you talking about? And then other things I'll say and they go, oh, yeah, actually, right. Yeah, I agree with that. We don't get it all right, do we? None of us get it all right.
Language. If you can excuse the language, and we're all in this as well, where we are using all these different languages. But if we excuse that, translate it yourself into your language, and you'll see that it's still truth. Though a lot of things are still truth; they're still there. It's just a different language being said. So it's a translation issue most of the time.
Yeah.
And you only get that from thinking, from not triggering, from thinking about it and allowing that knowledge to come and go, oh, well, you know, I state it this way, but we're still talking about the same thing. A lot of the times.
Right? It's like,
And-
this is what I've experienced. I'm trying to document it and share it, and I'd love to see what everybody else says and like figure out what the hell's going on in this world.
Yeah. Just one last thing. I'm not going to bother naming the person because it'll make, you know, they know who they are. Mate, I don't care. All I've ever seen is you bitching at people. That's all I ever see is you bitching at people. I'm a bit sick of it, to be honest. I'm a bit sick of it. I'm glad you're not in my chat room because I would have booted you out by now because you're doing my head in. All you ever do is sit there fucking basically trolling. You are trolling. You can say you're not, but you are just because you don't agree. Oh, screw gravity. Fuck.
The karma's its own thing. Threatening us isn't going to do shit. If you want to actually ask us a legit question based on what we're talking about, then let's go from there. Otherwise, we are just going to ignore you. And if you continue to call names, which is trolling, then we'll just remove you. It's not a big deal. We're going to move on. We're here to build a community. We're not here for likes. We're not here for subscribers.
We're trying to bring people together to talk about the things that we agree on. And you might not agree on that. I mean, but have you ever? Let's see your experiments, man. Let's see your experiments. Let's see your.
Link. Explain, is your channel the name of your name? Because now he's saying he has experience in the field professionally. So instead of getting triggered, can you stop and ask a very specific question? Put it in all caps. Please make it intelligent and not pointing fingers. You don't need to point fingers at anybody. That's just.
I've got to chime in quickly as well. I've got a bit of a problem. I brought the wrong wire with me. That's got 2 C types on the end of it.
Oh.
I'm trying to use it on the charger. I've got 8% left on my phone, and I've got a full-blown charger, no wire to charge it. So I want to cry right now. I've got no charging facilities, and I'm a bit stuck. So I will stay here for as long as I can, and if it runs out, it runs out. So I have to go back.
Thank you for trying, Rox.
It's all good. I'm like, really? It's like turning up to make a cup of tea without any water or a kettle. I'm like, really? Not good. So my apologies, but I'm here. I'm here.
Rub 2 sticks together.
Shout out to the chat room as well. Someone was asking if is my food nice. It's a caramel donut from the Colombian bakery at the bottom of Acre Lane. If anyone's interested, it's a really nice little bakery, and they sell really cheap food. And they sell really nice. I wanted the guava donut, but they'd run out. So I got the little caramel ring donut, and it was about, I don't know, 40p, 50p. And that's what I was jumping away on. So yeah, shout out to the chat room as well. Big love you all.
It's good morale.
Cool. So, I mean, dude, anybody that's going to label everything they do flat Earth, it's enough said, isn't it, really? So, anyway, moving swiftly onwards.
One thing is when Bertie comes back, I have some interesting things I want to show him that I was just talking about, so we can go into that. But in the meantime, one of the things I wanted to say really quick, sorry, is related to this concept of the creator too. And I just think that, yes, I think constantly Callum and I are talking about this. So we're not like, just because we're reviewing this as a potential health aid and again, disclaimer, no cure-alls, or we're saying this could help. It's sort of a morale thing. It's sort of like we could all ridicule each other for having something that we shouldn't be having, quote unquote. But once you put that connotation on it, and anything in excess too, right? But then you're going to turn it into something bad for you. So that's sometimes like when you're starving out in the woods, if you can make yourself some tea from some bark and some dandelions, your morale's going to go up. Fine. So it's not about your health at that point, it's about your mental health. I guess, sorry, it is about your health. Mind, body, spirit. So yeah, that's why Bernie's experiments are super relevant, and then obviously what he's doing with Apex and Jeremiah, and these guys are doing free energy experiments. This is part of our freedom and our sovereignty. This is how we claim it. Especially the technology. We all, like, none of us seem to be able to pull away from the technology, right? Over and over again. That's the thing. So if you can, cool. I'd love to hear that, because nobody that I know.
The whole point of it as well is not relying on what we've been told by other people, and going and doing it ourselves. And I don't have the mind or the equipment to do what Bernie's doing. And Bernie's, taken an idea, looked at something, taken an idea, and he's moving with it, and he's trying to do things. He's trying to experiment, and he's only experimenting on himself as far as drinking it. Drinking the colloidal. So he's been drinking it for 6 years. So I think it would have, if he was getting it wrong, he would have noticed by now. He wouldn't have noticed the benefits that he's seen from it, which he's seen benefits from drinking colloidal silver and ingesting a little bit of monatomic. So, I don't need any better proof than that somebody has not done something wrong. They might not have done it. It might not be done the conventional way or whatever, but what he's done, he's managed to achieve something that none of us have managed. I mean, maybe you have, but I certainly haven't. But I wish I had the mind for that. I'm not. That's not. My mind's more philosophically minded.
It is.
So,
it is what you need it to be. If the interest was there, you would learn it.
Well, we each have. I think we have our skills for a reason. We have our interests and our skills for a reason. It's like, so Roxanne's absolutely brilliant at what she does. Like, I wouldn't ask Roxanne to go and do a scientific experiment like that.
But if I didn't know her, I would have assumed that she worked for some major broadcasting network in the past, because that's the kind of journalist that I see her.
Oh, listen, we're going to talk to Rox now, right? Because Rox needs to tell us about what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Rox needs to tell us about what happened yesterday, because we were live yesterday, obviously, for the rally in Carlisle, and it got rained off. We did manage to catch some of it.
Yeah.
You managed to catch some of it, but the majority of it got rained off.
The rain was absolutely torrential at one point.
Thank God for Joe. Thank God for Joe.
Yeah, shout out to Joe Langley. Massive shout out to Joe.
Big shout out to Joe Langley, because he was there and he was speaking, so he actually filmed from the stage, so to speak. Yeah. And we've got all those.
That's right. And there is a lot more to come from the north, on the east and the west coast. They've got a lot of things in the pipeline. The show will be up there filming various bits and pieces that they're going to be doing over the next 2 to 3 weeks. There's a lot of very interesting initiatives that are looking to push forth with regards to the government aspect of things. Obviously, we all know the bureaucracy behind government is completely broken. And people are trying to invoke change in various different avenues. Obviously, there's a lot of people that now the common narrative is the education system is surplus to requirements. So people are, as we said on the show before, starting to come up with parallel initiatives to, challenge the narrative with the curriculum, the national curriculum. So there is homeschooling initiatives, there is growing initiatives where people are doing community grows, and they're already very, very successful with the kind of foundations of these initiatives that they've got in place. So yeah, we're really looking forward, as far as the show's concerned, to keeping up with these people across the northeast, and kind of keeping abreast of what's going on with regards to the Freedom Alliance, I think they're called. They are now registered by the electoral roll. So in the constituency areas that they're in, people can now vote for those individuals to go and lobby for them. So I think there's a lot of interesting developments. Whether we agree with it or not, I think we'll put that aside. But the fact that it's going on, I think a light needs to be shone on this, because the precedents are being set. I'm not going to talk too much publicly about one big rally that's coming up. We were told about it yesterday. And if that is the case, then there could possibly be a precedent being set just with this rally alone that's coming up. So, yeah, pin your luggles back and keep your eyes open, because we've got very, 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 very interesting things in store from the north.
I think it's interesting.
With that, my phone's just gone. It's now on 2%. So that, I don't know if that's like a joke or it's done on purpose, but they clearly want my phone to run out in a minute. So yeah, my apologies if it runs out. But yeah, loads and loads to come of bits and pieces happening off. So yeah, shout out to everyone that came out to Carlisle, and thank you so much to everyone that took the time to speak to us, even though it was off camera. There's a lot of people that are resonating with all of the things that we're talking about on the show, which is very good hope as far as the Great Ranking is concerned. So yeah, I yield the floor.
I think it was really interesting what you were saying about that lady that spoke to you, and she didn't know who you were. You know, she wasn't aware of what you were doing, and she was talking to you. It's like she was trying to wake you up, or she was red pilling you, kind of thing. And I think that was really sweet.
It was really lovely. It was really, really lovely, and it's for me, it's hope.
Boom. And on that note.
Good last word, though, isn't it?
That was great.
So, yeah, but what Roxanne was telling me was that she'd just been filming, but it started raining, and so she covered the camera, the phone up, and went under the cover. And this lady was next to her, and she obviously didn't see what Roxanne had been doing, so she started speaking to her, and she was red pilling Roxanne, and Roxanne was just.
Yeah,
you know, she didn't bother saying, you know, you're preaching to the choir or anything. She was just encouraging, and the lady said, so what are you doing here? Have you moved here? Have you just moved here? And Roxanne said, no, I'm filming. She said, you're filming? What are you filming? And then she explained to her, because Roxanne was obviously at Hull with the same Joe Langley and UK Citizen, the same organisers, and that Kevin Corbett was there. We got the interview with Kevin Corbett at that one. And so there were a lot of people that were recognising her from Hull as well, and saying, you know, going up and saying, oh, brilliant, are you getting up to speak? And Rox was like, no, I'm just here to film today. But it's a shame it got rained off, but good things, I think good connections were made as a result of it anyway, and it helped strengthen some bonds and create new bonds. And, you know, it's exciting what's going on with the people, especially with this Freedom Alliance.
I agree with you.
Now they've got, you know, some political standing.
Yeah.
Like you can see it's happening, but that's the thing where it's always like trying to show that and spread that always seems to be where they want to censor and that sort of stuff as well, the spreading of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It always seems to be where the issues are. And that's what we're doing here. Yeah.
Well,
I've noticed that there's I noticed like forming happening. I noticed sort of things sifting out where they need to sift out so that the true building can happen, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. It's all happening, you know, and I think it's just the more that people see that it's happening, the better, the faster it goes, you know?
Yeah.
But it is happening.
We got to make my cat a priority here because she's made a lot of attention in the chat.
So what I was saying.
Go ahead.
What I was saying yesterday about perception, and you know, the more people in close contact with each other, or in closer contact with each other, who are sharing the same perception of the outside world, the more real that outside world is going to be. That perception of that outside world is going to be. So the collective perception kind of thing.
The more resonance.
So it's the official narratives are just breaking down everywhere, and you've got a lot of different perceptions that are all starting to, you know, express themselves. But we're all slowly filtering into groups that are understanding that we need to start doing things, you know, to move away from, and also to stop talking about what they're doing. Stop talking about what they're doing and talk about what we are doing, what we can do, what we should do.
You notice that, like when
it's
you
so
talk to someone who's awake and aware, you'll talk about all the stuff that's happening, and it's just a gauge. Like you're just gauging where that person is, and then you get on to whole other conversations where it's not about anything that's happening or whatever, but it's about what is being created and that sort of thing. A whole different conversation happens after you've gauged that other person. You go, oh, there's all this common ground. We're on the same page here. So now we can talk about this. You see where a lot of it is spreading that first, like, because we do have these innate sort of needs, and it's usually in a natural environment where something's expressed and you're against that, or you have something to say about that or whatever, where we need to allow that to come out. And they're the moments really that people are listening, and so that's what creates those bonds as well.
Welcome back, Bernie, dude. This is the thing as well. So, like the monatomics and colloidal stuff. That's not all that Bernie's about. Dude, you're all about free energy and all of it, isn't it? It's alchemy, but the free energy. What have you learned?
Bernard the Alchemist is but one of the multiple personalities of
one aspect.
Bernai.
It's one aspect of the legend that is Bernie.
Right, and so I also do a lot of alternative history. I do follow in the crypto market, crypto news, crypto channel, Project Moongold, if anybody's into that sort of stuff. On Autodidactic channel, me and Campbell do a lot of, we have a weekly deep dive into different alternative history subjects from like the Great Wall of Tartaria running through the conflict zone in around the Black Sea through Siberia up to the what used to be called the Sea of Tartaria, now the North Siberian Ocean Sea, to is North America, Egypt, and we're going to have Harry Hubbard on to go over his Illinois cave artifacts, where he's also found some golden tablets. For those that are aware of the different discoveries of golden tablets everywhere, it's from the foundation of the Church of Latter-day Saints, the Mormon story. They supposedly found some that John Smith was his name, or
John Smith, yeah.
Translated
with the stones.
Then there's the Father Crespi collection, and that's a very famous one down in Ecuador. He was a Italian Catholic priest that went over and had a church by the Chaos Caves in interior Ecuador, and the locals brought him a whole bunch of these golden tablets and artifacts. And then they're rumored to also be under like the Sphinx or under the pyramids in Egypt. Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet, talks about golden tablets and the Mayans golden tablets. And I also believe it's like somewhere in like Romania or Bulgaria or something like that. There's also supposedly Romans. So they're everywhere. And so Harry Hubbard, for those interested, on Autodidactic channel, the first one, it's called is America, Egypt. We go over and play several, probably about 50 to 100 of the artifacts that this Harry Hubbard has pulled out of this Illinois caves that are identical. They have like this Proto-Sumerian, they have Proto-Sanskrit, and like Proto-Greek, Slavic, runic languages. There's been about 10 of these stashes essentially that have shown up throughout history so far, and it's just so fascinating. And it's from the times of like just after the fall of Atlantis, or the Younger Dryas event, for those that are unaware, 12,000 years ago. It was the end of the last ice age, and it seems like there was a comet impact. Like Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson, they've done extensive like geological work proving that the ice caps melted, the oceans rose by 400 feet in 4 years. So it's like, if that happened today, you know, 80% of humanity is coastal or something like that. It's like that just wiped out. You know?
That's London gone. That's New York gone.
Exactly. All
San Diego.
Globalization or like the intertrade, you know, just wiped out, and who knows, like what sort of like localized probably tsunamis or like, you know, just
do you know, I personally I
would
think
never have to go through it, but it's like it seems like there's these reset times, and it's like whether it's like the story of Noah or the Plato story of Atlantis, there's all these cataclysms over and over again, and that's like I have.
Dude, have you watched Archaics?
Which, sorry?
Have you watched Archaics?
Yes, I love that one.
I like his. I like how he's, you know, he's showing that there's something that's happening every 138 years, and there's something else that's happening every 796 years or whatever it is, and you know, it's in the historical records. Even if all the historical records are bullshit, they're trying to make us think that something happens every 138 years because that's what's happened, you know. But I do believe there's something going on. It actually makes more sense to me.
Constant resets going on just throughout actively, like right now, the Great Reset all over.
They're doing it right now. It's happening in real time. That's the thing. Yeah, it's happening in real time. They're rewriting history books. They're rewriting educational books. They're, you know, it's, and they're not documenting. They're not documenting any truth at all. No truth at all.
And is humanity going to choose to have the Grand Awakening, or are we going to succumb to another reset, another Great Reset? And it's like,
this is what Jason's saying, isn't it? That this reset coming up, the next two events, 2040 and 2046. Basically, 2046 is going to be the end of the Nemesis cycle. So potentially, like something's going to happen in 2040. That's going to be that maybe we're going to go into a new vapor canopy or something, but it's going to start a whole new thing. It's going to be whole new.
So it seems like we're already transitioning into this new age of the sun, and like from the Hopi legends and stuff like that. But Nassim Haramein and his resonance program, academy, I've been part of that throughout the age, last 8 years as well, and he shows and documents that our sun cycle, where before it was a yellow sun and it was like the fourth age of the sun, and then now we are transitioned into a white sun, the white pulsar sun, in the fifth age, and that apparently children now draw the sun white instead of yellow in their coloring books, and like apparently really old souls will still put like orange and even red in like the flames, the plasma that you have creeping around. And who knows, maybe we get to the point where we have a green and blue sun outer flames. But
kids nowadays drawing the sky with
so the scientific thing, every 11 years there was the sun has this pole flip like 180 degrees of its polar magnetisms, and it's what is it called, the little cycle, sunspot cycle, the sunspot cycle,
right. The solar minimum.
Yeah, the
solar minimum, solar maximum.
And then every 11 years it would reset. And so in 2001, for the first time in like written recorded history for like the last several hundred years or something like that, that instead of the poles flipping of the sun and it's snapping and re-going down to zero back to the minimum, it pulsed and it grew a little bit and the poles didn't flip. And then in 2012, again for the second time, the sun's poles didn't flip and instead it pulsed a little bit more and it got a little bit bigger. So then the next test is to see in 2023, next year now, is that this is the big thing. This is like documentable scientific evidence that, you know, these are the facts of like, go look it up and go observe it for yourself. If we don't have a flip of the minimum and maximum and a 180-degree rotation, that's pretty much 3 times in a row confirmation that the sun is in a new age. It is now a white pulsar, and our grand scientific theory of how the sun works is complete BS, and it's more likely something like a Hunger Games cycle of who knows, and like, you know, it's maybe this seems like it's a gentle cycle, but climate change, no, it's not us. Like, yes, don't kill life. Like, we want to be harmonious with nature and the environment, but it's actually a solar cycle, a grander cycle, and in fact, the sun is now a white pulsar and no longer a yellow, whatever it was.
Yeah, I mean, we can speculate till the cows come home as to what the sun is and what it's made of, and there's a theory it's cold fusion. The center of the sun is actually cold.
The electric universe goes into it. The Sapphire Project, great groups, Thunderbolt Project. Those that have heard into it's a very similar thing of what you're talking about, Richie.
So it's but what is it's observable. Things like through a telescope, you know, through a infrared, whatever, through a lens, you can observe the sun, however far away it happens to be, whether it's 3,000 miles or 1.3 million miles or whatever it is, you can observe it. And if it pulses, it will be recordable. So, and if it grows bigger, like it will all be measurable. What they explain it as, that's all up for debate. But it actually happening, we'll be able to see it. Nobody will be able to, you know.
Exactly.
It's like,
you're bang on. That's the whole point. So it's like, this could be epic, and it's like that then undeniable proof for the masses, to anybody to go out and confirm it for themselves. Like, oh, what the ancients were talking about is 100% legit and cool. Let's do this properly. We don't have to destroy ourselves to reborn. Like, let's just operate on a higher elevated collective consciousness and stop killing ourselves and being a destructive civilization and people.
I mean, the reality is, it is. I was watching Timcast the other day, and Ian Crossland said he used to fantasize, or sometimes he fantasizes about everyone in the world wanting to kill him, and how long would he be able to survive for, and how would he survive, and you know. And I thought it was sad. I mentioned this yesterday. I said I thought it was sad. You know, wouldn't it be nice to actually imagine what it'd be like if everybody in the world was your best friend? You know.
Exactly, right. Like,
but it's the programming that we've gone through that's put us there. It's the Walking Dead, and the Resident Evil, and the Aliens, and it's all of these films and TV programs and everything.
Your conscious
everything out to get you
for that divide and conquer and that emotional polarized reaction, and destroy the bridges instead of building them, and
that's it. Burning bridges instead of building them, man. Just because of being triggered. But they've done it so well. They've programmed us so well that it is so subconscious that we have to be very, very, very present to stay on top of it. You know, I'm getting better at catching myself and not, you know, not saying things that I want to say, thinking about it before I say it. But I still get triggered, man. I still get triggered. I get triggered by somebody coming in and being, as I see it, disrespectful in a situation where they don't need to be like that, you know.
It's a new world for me. I'm adapting to that.
But I mean, that's what the work is, isn't it? That's what doing the work is.
Exactly. The every day, the self battle of like clarity and not letting yourself be emotionally brought down to a two-dimensional, polarized action reaction. Just
because then you're just a robot. Then it is just a mechanical response that's been programmed into you. You know, if this happens, you do this.
Your third dimension is your free will, and to choose whether you're going to do good or bad. And then to elevate up is the fourth and fifth dimensional consciousness of where you're starting to plan ahead, you're connecting with others, you're building, where you get to the point where success is just coming to you, things are happening, and you can like look at somebody else, like the law of attraction, that like, you know, just by glances, the thoughts transfer and you're all on the same wavelength, and you know, it's like that's just how it is. And self-balance is the daily battle. Don't be your own worst enemy.
Exactly. And what we were talking about, the feeling that we can live in a system that doesn't necessarily need a hierarchy, that we can all take on the roles that, like, you know, you being a resident scientist type thing. But if somebody, like maybe let's say Richie does feel like he kind of wants to organize the community aspect of it or something, is what I'm getting at. There's no hierarchy. There's just like a role that you fill in and you pick and choose. And I do think we all need alone time. I was talking with Alex about this, that, you know,
absolutely.
I want a spot that's completely in solitude that you go to by yourself. So it's like, even if you're in a relationship, that doesn't mean that you don't need alone time. You know, I think that's crucial that we forget.
Everybody needs alone time.
Be healthy, exactly.
Especially if you
to have your own thoughts, to
you can reset.
And
I mean, we could argue that you're never alone. You are never ever alone, because even if you're alone physically, there's entities around you. And there's always the oversoul.
So
you know,
we're going to have to do an Odyssey special of the paranormal and that sort of talk show coming up soon, because it's like every time we even start to delve into that on the YouTube, instantly all the crazy bot attacks come. It's just nuts. So we're not going to go there right now. And
I'll tell you what, adding Odyssey is so much easier than adding YouTube, because it gives you the streaming key and and everything. You just have to put that in. You don't have to be signed into the account to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's cool. So should we just have a look in the chat room and give them a little shout out? See what's going on.
Yeah, I'm sorry I've been neglecting them. So,
thank you guys for joining us today.
This is
thank
like
you
going
guys
on my sixth straight hour of, I guess, streaming here. Check out, I did one heck of an epic APEC highlights video that's just under an hour long earlier to start it all, and where we got to meet John Hutchinson, talking with him, Jason Rubelli, Nick Cook, and Kevin Day, the Navy officer that was the recording officer of the USS Nimitz that recorded and encountered all of those Tic Tac UFOs, and that forced the Pentagon to release it to the public and verify that it was all real and make it public. With the video clip of that is in it, and it's some awesome stuff.
Yes, it is. Please check out
Shannon. Is that you? Is that you? Yeah, I've got a good friend of mine. Is a singer-songwriter, and I just remember what is his artist name? something to do with the trees. I remember. So he's away. You know what? It did actually. Sorry. No, I was just going to say that if this is who I think it is, this is the guy that tried to wake me up in 2008, 2009. He tried to wake me up, and I just kind of went, "Yeah, you lost the plot, mate. You've been doing something really crazy." And
I thought the same.
And I just kind of, and I didn't talk to him for a couple of years, and then I woke up and I contacted him and said, "Dude, I'm really sorry, man. You were right. Fucking hell. Did you know the Earth is flat?"
There's a few people I wish I could say that to now that I was like, sure.
Yeah. So, Bill, welcome, dude. How you doing? Good to see you. Arthur Fe, Tree Dude, Angel Wings. Great to see you, babe. It's always good to see you.
Here. Good energy.
I'm going to step out for a moment for a cigarette. My guilty pleasure, and enjoy a moment in the sun as it is 11.
That's a good idea.
Dude, go out there and get charged up.
Bernie, before you go today, I want to make sure I show you that patent, and because I have a few, I'll send you the links for it too. But I think this is something we can easily make ourselves.
I love hearing that.
Friends helps, but cool.
Okay, I shall be right back, and I am always listening on the phone, on the YouTube.
Don't wear sunglasses, right? Don't wear sunglasses, dude.
God, no.
Wait, you know why he should? Can I tell you actually why he should right now? Because if he's gonna go to sleep.
Oh yeah, he doesn't want to kill the melatonin.
You want to try to get, because otherwise you do kind of increase your cortisol. So if you want a little deeper sleep, I would recommend you wear sunglasses outside.
Is it true that the melatonin,
more specifically the blue cutting filter or something?
The blue light, yeah.
So
is it true that sunlight?
Right?
Is it true that sunlight changes melatonin into serotonin?
No, so it's serotonin. Serotonin first, and serotonin then gets made into melatonin. So excess serotonin.
But does it go the other way?
Just to explain that actually, the minute you see the sun in the morning, you actually release cortisol,
right,
to get you up and going, right? Because cortisol is your stress hormone. So the problem is that, or your cycles go that you normally release melatonin at a certain time later in the evening to get yourself ready for bed. So it's not going to, the sun, it's just going to potentially delay the release, change the release. And all I'm saying is, because his sleep schedule is all over the place, I would recommend not. In some cases, it's not going to affect anything. And that's the thing. Like, I used to go out in the sun. I used to work nights. An hour after doing sleep studies, an hour after my shift, I'd go sit in the sun. It was the only time the coast up in Astoria, where the Goonies was filmed, got sun. So I was like, I'm doing it. I don't care. And I was able to sleep 8 hours before my next shift. And I think that was because I didn't get any sun, but at that point. So it was really more of a rejuvenation aspect for me. And my schedule.
Well, think about that too, because you're producing serotonin. So you go into the sun, you're producing serotonin. That excess serotonin, now you have stores. So now that serotonin will be converted to the melatonin. So you need that sun before.
And I got exercise with it as well. And I also gave myself some time to relax after. I didn't jump right into sleep right after exercising and being in the sun. So there was
eating.
Phase. Yeah.
Just to answer this question with her class, yes, we've all heard of J Dreamers. I've been subscribed to J Dreamers for for probably 4 or 5 years. And yeah, the plasma apocalypse, same idea, similar. They both. I think they've spoken. I think they've done a show together. They've done a show together, haven't they? And they've recognized, and also
I think you're friends now.
Jason's done shows with Cam as well. He's done one with Cam, and he's going to do another one, I know.
Dave Weiss.
Jason's
going to do a show. Oh, Jason has said that. I wonder if he's been approached by Dave Weiss or anybody else, because he has made his statement really clear about flat Earth. He's not, but he's just like we are. We're saying it's very possible, especially in a simulation theory, and he said the same thing. So we're all on the same page. And with that note, go use the restroom really quick.
I mean, there are some people that are absolutely like dead set that it's a flat Earth. But then what is it outside of the flat Earth? Because you've got to think about that. If you're going to say it's a flat Earth, right? Well, what are the parameters? How big is it?
But what are you going to base that on?
And where's the edge? What's holding us in?
I can tell you exactly what's out there, but not in a way that's going to convince anyone. I mean, it will be true for me because I saw it.
Yeah, exactly.
Not in this reality either, not in this physical reality. So I can't use that as proof.
And it's this thing that I've said about knowledge. It's not me that said it. I forget who it is that said this about knowledge. One of these really old wise guys, but he said, knowledge is. I'm going to completely paraphrase this because I can't remember exactly what it was he said, but it's basically knowledge is only knowledge if the other person knows it. But if they don't know what you're saying, it's only your opinion.
It's not knowing for them. It's not a knowing.
For them, it's your opinion. Because you can look at the same thing and conclude two completely different things from it. So unless you both agree, it's not knowledge. Unless the other person already knows, you can't say it's knowledge. The only things that we can absolutely, categorically say we know is that today is Sunday. Tomorrow will be Monday.
And you know what they say?
For you, it's Monday. For you, Callum, today's Monday. But for us, it's Sunday. That we know that. We know that to be true.
Okay, here's the other thing they say about science. Science never proves anything. It only disproves.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true as well.
Well, this is the point where we can say that, there's a lot of evidence that shows that we're not on a globe.
Exactly.
But
it's like breaking down things is a lot easier to do than actually,
I think Matt. Sorry, go on, carry on. I was interrupting you. You carry on.
It's gone now. It's your turn.
Sorry. I was going to say, I think Matt McKinley has said, I would say agreed, but he doesn't know that I've said this, so he wasn't agreeing with me, but we do agree on this, that whatever it is that you think, whatever it is that you focus on and you think, this is how it is, if you go and look for, if you go and research that, chances are you're going to find somewhere something that confirms what you're thinking. And because of the way this realm works, it's just going to keep throwing more and more and more and more at you. The more you look, the more it's confirmation bias, isn't it? So we need
it's all
to
in
stop.
The approach there too. When you know that, when you understand that, you look differently, you search differently, you're open.
Yes.
You're open to whatever. You're not confirming something. You're open to whatever it is. I'll be fine with that. I won't be triggered by it. I'll be fine with it, whatever it is. That's a different level. Yeah. But you have to understand that, exactly what you're talking about. You have to understand and know that to be true.
Yeah.
And then it's different perceptions as well. Like I might talk about something like talking with different people. They're talking about the exact same thing, but with completely different language again. So if you're open and you can see the similarities and the differences, you're just looking at the similarities and differences, and then you can find common ground and all this sort of stuff as well, where you can go, this is where our reality overlaps.
I mean, as an example, we could use gravity as an example and say that people that there is this explanation what gravity is and why it exists, but there's also an equally applicable relative density theory or electromagnetic. This is
the same idea as getting sick. This is the same idea as saying that, like what a virus is, as we were just talking about. There's a different
or disease.
It's real, it's in your face, it happened, but the what you think it is, it could be different than what it actually is.
Yeah. So, and this just gets back to respecting and accepting the fact that every single one of us has a right to our opinion because it's our experience. And we might be misinformed. We might not have it right. We might be completely bloody wrong. But it's sort of, it's up to us to find that. Like, we can be shown, we can be pointing, somebody could say, no, you got that wrong, whatever. But it's really individually, each individual person, we have to do it ourselves. We can't let somebody else do it for us.
And that takes time. It's just got to be done, you know, if you run with it.
And grace, right? Because through the process, we have to be kind to ourselves. And we've been so indoctrinated not to be kind. And the frequency, all you have to do.
Most of all to ourselves. Right?
Exactly. And all we have to do is remember Emoto Masadi's experiments over and over again, which we're going to probably end up doing our own experiments to prove this as well.
This goes back again to what I've been saying about all we have to do is keep our cool. Just keep your cool.
Do you have 3 experiments labeled, Bernie? Ignore, love, hate.
What, where?
Have you done the Dr. Moto?
I love monatomics.
Yeah, the cook. Oh yeah,
with the monatomics, yeah.
Let's do it.
Ooh, that's good,
Bernie already
man.
knows this.
Like with Dr. Moto and the water, you have 3. Have 3 up together, and you shout at one, and you tell the other one you love it, and you ignore the third.
Yep.
And see what happens.
And then we measure the frequency. We measure the temperature, and we convert it to the frequency. And we label all this. And we get someone to pay for our experiments, and then Richie and I will make
desperately needing angel investors. But so right here, this is just salt water and copper coils, 2 triple copper wire solenoid coils, 1 at the very bottom at the base, and 1 at the top, halfway submerged out of water, halfway into the water. And then there is another little audio copper cable, insulated double copper cable, connecting the base and the top of these triple solenoids together. And when I first made it, it was producing the electrolysis, bubbling all on its own. It did so for 6 months straight, and the copper turned into the pure white substance as well, and completely sealed. So to say that the ancients couldn't do so, it's like this is literally a little Baghdad battery in itself, producing this material. So all you would need is rubber and the copper coils and salt water and a jar, and you have that right there. So it's the Siberian parts. There's these, they find literally, but not copper, but gold, triple solenoids together, these tiny coils all over the place. And it's like, well, that's exactly what this is right here.
I've just got to say, I don't believe in coincidences, right? Obviously. And I just think his name, Emoto. Emotion. It's a bit.
Hey, I had a naturopathic doctor, and her last name was Living Good. I mean,
do you know what? Though? The thing is, I know that experiment works. I've not done it myself, but I've seen other people have done it, so I know that experiment works. And it'd be really interesting with the monatomics. Bizwoofer. The thing is, what I'm trying to say is that if you want to take sides, that's being part of the system. That's being in the game. If you're taking sides, what we're meant to do, if we want to get through this and get out on the other side, sovereign, sovereign beings in charge of our own reality, we need to not take sides, because that's this bipolar fucking dualistic reality. So it's about being non-dualistic. It's about observing rather than taking part, watching what's going on, but not being emotionally attached to either side. Trying to remain balanced, trying to stay balanced. Because the thing is, in this yin yang dualistic system, if the good side's going to exist, the bad side has to exist. If an angelic type person that does nothing but help people and heal people and give all their money away and just give all their time and attention to helping people, there's going to be somebody on the other side that's going to murder babies and, you know, rape women and do horrible, unspeakable things, because that's duality.
And I think we're totally out of balance right now. I don't think we've always.
It's what you put your own conscious energy into, and then what you put your physical energy into, and what you're manifesting in your own physical reality and community around you. And are you building bridges or tearing the castles down?
I think the idea is, because we are spiritual beings having a physical existence, the ego is only temporary, but the soul is eternal, right? So I've just lost my train of thought. So something really fucking poignant then, and a fucking cockroach climbed up on there, and I was just thinking, I'm going to hit that in a sec, and then my train of thought went. Thank you, cockroach, you swine.
So the safest way and the best way to start with monatomic, and what I'm going to show before we end here, I'm going to go on my cell phone and go outside and show my garden, and that if you're confident that you've produced the pure plasma and you want to test your water, you start it on your vegetables and on your plants. And it's like just as the simplest as not rinsing the salt out of the water and pouring salt water on your plants, you're going to kill them every time too. Like, you know, it's the process of doing things right and having it down. And that with a stream I did with Bob Greenier and joined the technicians JP there a couple months ago, when my dad planted the garden season, and I've been pouring a little bit of this water on just one portion of the garden. I've done it about 20 times throughout the season now. And literally I was outside like with my dad as he's like glaring over, like admiring the garden, planning the salad he's about to make. And it was a rough start, cold and wet when germinating and planting this year. So we had barely any of the lettuce survive. And the area that didn't have this water, there's a couple of them that like barely survived. They've been like pecked off and like eaten, like they're in rough shape. And then there's one right at the end that's been getting this water, and my dad's looking at it, he's like, son of a gun, it's the best darn one that's ever grown. And like, that's
brilliant.
Right?
So are you going to be growing some giant pumpkins for next Halloween, man?
So there's one guy, he goes by Vancouver Island Ormus, and I've been watching him for about 8-9 years doing it. And it's like also in the Keshi Foundation Agricultural, as well as the Facebook Ormus groups, all of them that use this monatomic water properly, plasma.
I wonder if Dr. Berlando uses it.
Exponentially better increased yields. And honest to God, when keeping these bottles of water in my fridge, I visibly notice that the produce lasts 2 to 3 times longer before going bad on all the food when it's around it.
Interesting.
And it's just like this. Believe me, if you don't have to believe me if you don't want to, but it's like,
well, look
that's my own personal experience in life, and pretty much everyone that I've ever seen like doing it properly having the exact same like exponential gains in yields everywhere.
So can I ask then, I think this would be relevant for the chat to hear too, but so urine also you can get Ormus off of urine, which is more or less the philosopher's stone. Is that correct?
Yeah, but I've also done experiments and proved that I replicate that RNA with my blood, just a drop of my blood cell into it, and then it produces off of the
I saw
cathode
that.
side, and you get mass amounts of your amino acids, your exact DNA replication that is your specific resonant frequency and your climatic harmonics. And
well, I was going to ask
you don't
about
have to deal with using the urine to get that and go through such extreme means. This type
the
of
only reason I brought up the urine,
blood plasma.
And I actually didn't mean
you're actually 100% right, and that's one of the ancient methods of it. And it's like that's part of like the stigmas and stuff like that, as people will be like, oh, like what the hell is this and that, but it's like no, these are just practical ways to access your biological material that you can then harness and use on this exponential energetic.
They pee on the weed in Albania. They pee in the weed in Albania, and it makes it strong.
Well, what I was going to say with the ormus from the urine to use on the garden, because we already use, a lot of people use urine that they let sit, which obviously would have accumulated ormus. But if you use pure concentrated ormus, would it have the same benefits as the monatomic gold? So if you had no access to gold and you were doing it from your own urine, is kind of what I'm wondering. Because I could try that when I get my garden.
I know exactly what you're saying, and what I'm just saying is that now with what I've essentially discovered is that I have access to replicating that, but getting the material from just the same blood, and then
it is.
Replicating.
I mean, it's blood plasma. Urine is blood plasma.
Okay.
Yeah, it all
so
is.
that's the same as monatomic gold.
Or something material cell matter that is your exact cell DNA in a massive amount of it, and then like having it, and it's that there's several different ways of getting it, and you just need a small amount of it to put it. Oh, it's.
Do they have? Does each one have a different amount of nitrogen in it? Like it breaks down,
like when you're using something like urine, then you're having to it's giving you a large amount of that cell matter of it, but that like you can use like a combination of zinc, copper, silver, gold, which is, and then just a small amount of a couple drops of your blood into the reactions that I've have and show and document, and it just starts bubbling up huge amounts, and then you can stir that all up, and it's all there without having to remove the nitrates out of your urine, treat your urine, rinse all of that, and combine it into with the other elements that you've created out of the metals.
That makes sense.
That's where people will start getting triggered and some blood.
Exactly.
Blood,
like
blood magic.
Not having to harvest from my urine as opposed to just a pinprick of my blood, just from like it gives the same results, but it's like if you're out in the wild and trying to do it and like boiling it in like the brew to the mass amounts to like ingest it with your food and all of that, a little piece of your own blood, when you kill it and cook it, it's not going to be able to have that same sort of effect sort of thing. Like you'd have to like that. Maybe that's why they drain blood, the sacrifices and the bloodletting is to get that mass amount of that DNA in it in some of these ancient chemical practices. Who knows? Just speculation here, but that's essentially because they also this ormus comes out from like bone marrow too, stuff like that. But it's that what I've seemed to have found is the ultimate way through this water, small amount of saltwater electricity and resonant frequencies.
So, I think it's time for a break.
Indeed.
We're going for an hour and 53 minutes, and I'm sure we'll need refills and to empty bladders and to roll up.
Should we play some of the Science of Sound, like 3 or 4 that the fourth one that
Richie, that'd be a great break.
You were, I think Richie joined in for a bit on that one too. But Let's see, where she be? Do I have her preloaded? No, but we can find it.
We'll get it. We'll get it.
We have the power. It exists in the Matrix. That is the metaverse. That is the multiverse. That is the simulation. What level of dimension do you want? So that's another thing. So like, my dimensional matter thing states so. Fifth is ether, but then 6 is like a crystal, and then 7th could probably be or 8th would be like a code or a simulation or something like that. The numbers, the mathematics, a whole fractal of its own dimensions. And then you have like the 8th, which is like the infinity loop. That is your 8th full double cycle existence of everything. And then the 9th is it spiraling down back into itself, and the 10th being the the toroid, the full universe of everything in a hyperdimensional unified geometrical theory. And kind of just went on a tangent there. I'm trying to find
the only thing I was going to say about that is that I find that interesting just because it's like, because we talk about not wanting to be too alkaline and wanting to be a balance, right? And isn't gold 7? Haven't you said that before or seen that on that sheet that you have? Isn't that considered neutral?
Yeah, so that Walter Russell's scales and works are just absolutely phenomenal on depicting it accurately, and a key part of the interworkings of this grand theory that I'm only stumbling upon it and rediscovering it and like working out what it is. And essentially there's the alchemical pictographic language is the most complex ancient language ever, and it's just I'm not even going to try to go into it right now, but check out my channel.
Hieroglyphs on a whole different level.
Is this
Indeed.
is this connected? Because it doesn't have his name on it.
Oh yeah, and
this.
Yeah, so that's like one of like probably 20 crucial ones that Walter Russell has, and that go through all of that. I haven't had the chance to really deep read into it, but all of them together are so much, and
yeah,
it all needs to be done. It all needs to be put together.
Well, I'll help you with this because this is connected to the German new medicine stuff. You know what I mean? And this is where I'm going on my healing.
And all the ancient energy, cheese, and like the
yes.
You got all the colors of the chakra there as well.
Universal, and yeah, the chakra parts are key parts of it too. And I have done episodes on it in the past, but they are long censored and lost. But we will be redoing them some more coming up in the future and making sure they are backed up. So,
and then you're gonna
bang on.
And you're gonna help me build this, which also looks like this. And we're going to do all kinds of experiments with measuring frequency. Doesn't that look pretty? I mean, I'm not a electrician.
Yes, that is a key
that looks
part.
easy to me.
My dad can do that good too. Farmer Fred is a special. He's quite the talented little solder, welder, circuit board builder, tester, electronic man.
We might have to have this pre-printed.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Sweet. So, yeah.
What I theorize is that these monoatomic and diatomic particles used in the 3D printing and the manufacturing of those chips will connect you and build you that quantum mechanical technology in computers. And
that's a fascinating idea, yeah. And then, like, what is that? Using all those things, because, like, have they changed the frequency on every single thing we use? And if we're able to bring that back, what does that do to our technology capabilities? Is that going to open a door we don't even understand?
It takes us up back to a class 2 civilization, I guess, or something, where like we're going to be on the solar system wide, multiple planets, easy. I imagine is what it would give. Because theoretically, the different planets like going out is Mars the 4th dimensional, Jupiter the 5th, Saturn the 6th. So is Saturn the crystalline? Is Jupiter the plasma or the ether? Who knows? There's so much, but like it's copper is Mars, or iron is Mars. Copper.
There's always been, the thing is, whatever we might think, like long before any globe theories came out, or theories about planets or any of that, when we lived in a geocentric universe, like, and the Earth was the center of it, that's when these alchemical connections were made between the metals and what we call the planets or wandering stars, whatever, like you say, like the Mars and the Moon and the Sun and Jupiter, and they've all got these elements assigned to them, and that happened long before anybody came out with any globe theory. So it's like there's a definite connection, whatever it is, whatever these things are out there, whether they're just bloody lights in the sky or they're things out in the ether, they're actually things out in the ether, or they're out in space, whatever it is. Like you say, dude, we don't know, man. We don't know, but we cannot ignore the connections that were made.
And we know there's an ebb and a flow. You cannot deny that. You cannot deny whatever it is, whatever's causing it. You can't deny that exists. And that we, as a cycle, we fluctuate better on it. And Bernie's a perfect example. He's talked to us about this now, several experiments he's done where he's tuning it up with
demonstrates, practically demonstrates ebb and flow.
Exactly.
And like, and it's demonstrated to us in the ocean and in the rivers, and then, you know, the natural cycles of the earth are all ebb and flow. No one tries to force anything. It all happens naturally.
What's crazy with this one is it was essentially this guy right here sort of setup, but before I wired it, connected it like this, the two solenoid coils I had actually hooked up to electricity, so it broke the anode side down into this red crystalline state that Sir Isaac Newton claims is the crystalline transmutational state of metal elements, and when you have them in that state, that you are able to transmute them into other solid state metals. And that they call the sixth state the red mercurial state of transmutational metal. And at the bottom, and a lot of these sealed reactions that I made over the years, like this one's been completely sealed for about 4 years now, the bottom has turned into this pure red. And it's like, did it transmutate some of that copper into mercury? Is this mercury? They claim it's mercury. I have no idea, but all that was...
You don't want to touch it to see. You don't want to put it on your finger.
That I do not open it, because like that could be potentially be extremely dangerous. Like, who knows? Like, you know, like,
because that's the thing about red mercury, isn't it? It gets through. It'll go through everything. There's that woman. I heard a story about a scientist woman. She got taken into hospital with heavy metal poisoning, and they were like, "What have you been working with?" And she was like, "Mercury." But she was wearing all the correct protective gear, but it turned out it was red mercury, and she did spill some on her glove, and it was there for a second. Literally, she spilled it on her glove, and she went, took the glove off, went through the cleaning procedure, and all fine, no problem. And she thought she'd be okay. And like 2 weeks later, she's in hospital with heavy metal poisoning. She ended up dying, and it was the red mercury. It'd gone straight. She was wearing 2 pairs of gloves, these plastic gloves, and it went straight through both sets, like almost instantly, just straight through. So it's
like, for instance, I only ever experimented with lead and turning lead into monatomic once, and it darn near killed me just from having the reaction running for 1 hour and then like closing it off and leaving it in a jar overnight within the one corner of the outdoor garage, and then like I had fallen asleep on the other side on the couch with my dog. And like my dog almost died that night too, like both of us, like we were just so sick, and like it was just this down sucking heavy energy that like was just so insane. And then I removed it and like sealed it up in like some paint thing and like disposed of it, and then like safely, and it's been like never touched or opened since. And it was like just removing it like the next day back fine, like there was no continued poisoning or anything like it, and there were like accumulation or anything, like it was all the effects were gone in both my dog and myself. But never again from that point forward in my life have I touched that metal with the stuff. And it's like, this is how serious these things are, and like it's the energy and powers of like the gods and like limitless energy and all sorts of things. But it's real. It just needs to be studied properly and funded in the right ways, instead of ridiculous CERNs and like smashing things. We need to get so much energy. It's like half the size of a city pumped into 2 seconds to heat something, to get it way hotter than the sun ever is, to force it to get this nuclear fusion.
On a super sensitive planet.
To do this, and it'll be ready in 15 years.
Yeah, and on a planet that's...
Well, but like, check out my videos, and you'll literally see evidence of 10 different scientists doing the experiments in different ways, getting the exact same nuclear cold fusion everywhere out of the simplest materials. Come on. And it's also the hydrogen fuel on top of it as well. It's just like...
Because when I started talking about it, people are like, isn't that really dangerous? No, I know about that Stanley Meyer guy. No, it didn't work because it was really dangerous what he did. And I was like, well, I can show you a video. It didn't look dangerous to me.
No, it was extremely successful. And then he was poisoned by, I believe, it was, they tried to put it on the Saudis, but I think it was somewhere like
it was a
fish. I'm not gonna say anything anymore.
Yeah, who knows who's responsible for the Buffalo shootout?
It's well documented. It works, and he is mass producing the stuff. There are many streams on it. It's all out there. Tesla Tech by Steve Ellswick YouTube channel, like literally 20 years worth of it. Global EBM, Global Breakthrough Energy Movement, another great conference with like 10 years of all of it, and there's literally tens, if not hundreds more. They're out there. That this knowledge is out there, just needs to be actually funded and used and developed.
On that note, we are now going to take a little break, right? Because coffee, toilet, all that kind of stuff. So, ladies and gents, go and make yourselves some refreshments and fluff up your pillows and roll your doobies. Go and empty the bladders and the bowels and whatever needs to be done. And or just switch us off and bugger off for the rest of the day and enjoy the rest of your day. And thank you very much for the time that you've spent with us. But on that note, did you want to share? Were you going to share something, Bernie?
Yeah, it's on. You want to look it up? It's on Autodidactic main channel. It'd be in the videos, and it's about a month back or 2 months back. No,
if you bring it in, right, you bring it in to share, and I'm gonna try and do something.
Keep describing it. Go ahead. You go ahead, Richie, and I will get the only issue. Actually, Richie, if you could just wait a second. Keep describing.
Send me the link for it.
I got it. I was just being lazy.
I was in Autodidactic. I was gonna get it for you. I was trying to If you'd let me
you're
talk.
Okay, it's Science to Sound. It just says Science to Sound. It's like about 2 months old. I don't think it was labeled number 4 on the name of it on his channel, but it is the 4th one. If you can find it.
Is it labeled the 4th? It's 2
No,
months
it's not
old.
labeled the 4th. It's not called the 4th.
Is this the one I was on?
Yes, it is.
Ah, okay, got it. Got the link.
There we go.
Send me the link.
Sending you the link in the private
See,
chat.
I have faith in you too, Sarah. Always, you are
trying,
right? Wonder Woman.
Thank
And,
you.
like, connecting
She is,
into
though.
brainwaves.
She is.
But,
She really is.
Science of dreams.
but Bernie, I'm not kidding when I call you the resident scientist, because your research and what you're sharing with us is monumental. What you've opened me up, I didn't even know there was this cool ass, and some of this stuff is so over my head, but the more and more I'm listening to it, the more and more I can absorb. And it's because we've had indoctrinated history and science. So for me, it's like I have to relearn this. But it's
100%. And it's like so much of it, even the first time I'm watching it, sharing, it's way over my head. It's like I have to rewatch them like 2-3 times, just like, and the pieces come together if you want to work it and build the web and connect it, or you can continuously burn it down, because fire flame, that is plasma as well. It is the fusion. Whether it is destructive or positive is up to you, and it's relevant in your own body, your own energy, your own spirit, your soul, and the world that you live in. So build your heaven.
You're not in this one, Sarah. I can't see you in this one.
And no, in that one it's like 2 hours, about
yeah, I am. I'm just way at the end.
2 hours and
Richie, it's all
2:15, I think.
You don't need to turn it up to when I'm in there. I don't. I actually, Richie, yeah, and
maybe with like
Bernie,
10.
I would like to do, if you wanted to do show, I'd like to do show where I actually show the sleep studies, so I can actually show what I used to look at and actually get it, because we didn't, I feel like, we barely touched on it, so I feel like we can do it. But we want to do
one specifically on that, because you have like phenomenal presentation that needs to be done. That's going to require a couple hours at least, I can imagine.
I just wanted to do more of a presentation, because I was actually doing it with somebody else, and they're like, you need to show this, because I was like, oh yeah, I want to show you what this looks like. You got to see what, so you understand, what I used to do. Anyway, and I feel like it would do a better job, and we could get into it a little bit more on the frequency aspect. So I'll have that all ready, and I'll have all my data ready to go for that too. And then we're going to build a frequency gauge. I'm so freaking excited. All right, guys, break time.
Forward to that.
Yeah.
All right, hang on a sec. I've got to be. I'm going to just do this.
Yeah.
But I do actually plan on eventually experimenting with that.
We want to. Because all you do apparently, I've seen there's videos out there. You just need to spin it, and it creates. It starts levitating stuff.
Yeah, it creates lots of mass.
And also in a oh god, what are they called? A spinny wheel, centrifuge.
Yeah, they are a type of centrifuge essentially.
Is that what they call? Yeah, when you spin it in those, and yeah, they become like a power generator, motor type thing. But yeah, I mean, if anyone has big reserves of mercury, keep it to yourself, and somehow surreptitiously get it to one of us, and we will spin it around. Right round, baby.
I am actually multi-dimensional. I go by multi-geometry.
Exactly. We don't know where the power comes from Mercury. It seems to be pulling it out of the ether or out of some different reality, right? And then we have red Mercury, which takes it a step further. So Mercury, and of course Mercury, the planet, and then of course,
also if you add
ammonia to the mercury becomes superconducting.
What was that? Add ammonia?
Yeah, ammonia with the mercury.
Wow.
Yeah, that was mentioned today. Michael mentioned it on the APEC conference earlier.
Oh, cool. All right, we have Esra. Hello, welcome.
How's my sound now? Esra. Hey.
Do we call you Esra or Sra? Sorry, we can't hear you. I think you're muted. So I need to unmute you now. Are you see the little microphone yet? If you hit that, we should be able to hear you. And I've put you on full screen.
Can you hear me?
I'll take you off so then everyone's not staring at you. Everyone can see it.
Can you hear me okay yet?
Now we can hear you. Hello.
Okay, good. That's why it took me a while. I was having issues with my mic, and now it was set on the wrong one.
It's always
Hi, how you doing? Thank you.
Good. Hello.
Yeah, welcome. We're talking frequencies, and talking is frequencies, right? So there you go. Something in there for everyone, I think. And now that you're here, I'm going to quickly run off to the toilet and leave you to talk. I'll be back in 2 minutes. So, Bernie, are you there?
Yeah, Campbell, can you hear me?
I can.
Good. And can you make it screens for all?
I can, I hope.
Before you leave, good sir.
Oh. There. All right. I shall be back in 2 minutes. You've got the floor, Bernie. So be interesting.
Perfect. Welcome. First, would you like to give yourself a little introduction and what you're planning to share tonight, good lady?
Thank you, Bernie. Very sweet. Yeah, I'm Sarah. I'm my background is actually in sleep medicine. I've been doing that for about 13 years. So I started doing sleep studies. The funny story is that actually I started as an office assistant at a sleep lab, and then the doctor that I work for, he was actually considered one of the original neurologist sleep doctors in Oregon, and this is in the United States, of course. And he asked if I wanted to become a sleep tech, and so I ended up doing my own follow-up care though, and just kind of grandfathered into it that way. But I got really into, I was already into alternative medicine, but really through my field, because we didn't emphasize any kind of big pharma, any kind of medications. We definitely focused on alternative therapies and trying to get to the core of the problem instead of just providing medications, more or less. But also like oxygen, was a very common issue. Patients just were placed on oxygen, and the doctor I work for was trying to get to the bottom of that, because your lungs are going to actually weaken with the use of continued oxygen instead of strengthen, because they're getting what they need, right? So, yeah,
That's
through
very interesting, actually. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
Oxygen is so key, and in my alchemy studies, it's like as soon as these elements, when they're monoatomic, supposedly they're super powerful, good for you, but as soon as they oxidize, turn diatomic into oxides, they become absolute poison. So very fascinating that if, like you just said, getting to gin as well can become harmful to the human body.
I was on oxygen after a few years back, and I couldn't believe how weak it made me. And it got to a point where I'd have to take it off, and when I went to go to the bathroom, because the line wasn't long enough, and I could barely make it out of the bathroom back to the oxygen. I mean, I nearly passed out every time.
It's like, yeah, you became dependent on it. You almost forgot how to function. And that's what I've seen myself. And so our goal was to get patients off of that and more or less retrain you how to breathe. And now, I dealt with a lot of sleep apnea, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard, is snoring, and a lot of people end up on machines. And by the way, if you're stuck on one, I'm happy to go over that in detail. was really good with the mask, but just getting used to it. But regardless, if you really think about what I would train patients how to get used to, it was breathing techniques. And I think a lot of us have heard about Wim Hof. That's just one example, because it goes a lot further back than that. But just doing daily breathing techniques can just retrain everything. Can actually open up your airways.
Heard of Wim Hof? Do you mind just giving us noobs a little rundown? And that is absolutely awesome that you're getting people off of dependent medications, both like pills, pharmaceutical drugs, as well as just pure oxygen, but getting rid of these dependencies, and that it's as something as simple as just how you breathe, train yourself to breathe and how you breathe, and breathing in resonance, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So here's the really interesting factors that, before I get into the other part here, but didgeridoo, so throat muscle exercises, throat singing, our dear beatboxer, all of these things are actually ways to strengthen the inner throat muscles. Because I actually went to my doctor, or one of the doctors, excuse me, that I worked for, and I'm like, we're talking about alternative therapies, and I'm like, have you ever taken a TENS unit? If you guys have never heard of a TENS unit, it's something that they use in physical therapy. Okay, yeah, to help relax your muscles, and it's like gives it like a vibration. It's really about right flow.
It also helps with
Anyway.
my yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, and so similar to sacral stretching, which has a lot to do with the hips, right, in that area. And so you're really you're opening up that area, getting that flow to move. Sorry, now I forgot what I was going to say. More or less, yeah, I totally forgot. It'll come back to me here in just a second.
I pulled gold out of an avocado seed.
You're doing awesome.
Sorry, say that again, Daniel. I'm sorry.
I was able to pull gold out of an avocado seed using a TENS unit.
Interesting.
Can you describe the process on that, please?
Yeah, it was years and years ago. I have a TENS unit. I'd have to find my TENS unit and show you the settings. I put it on a hard pulse, and I offset the two patches in a more of a phase situation where they weren't both as strong. One was pumping lighter than the other one, and I didn't write it down exactly what I did, but if I find that unit, I can come on it and show you just by looking at it, the settings on it. But yeah, you should give it a try.
Awesome, because like me and Mike have discussed, and I've seen videos of it. A few different groups, they do a type of what's essentially cold fusion, medium fusion, temperature-wise, but using industrial microwaves, melting glass bottles, and there's a percentage they get like 15 or 20% pure gold out of that. And yeah, it's interesting, all these different types of combining high frequency, high energy waves together, and these mass different types of transmutational, trans-dimensional fields and interactions and stuff that happen. And it's also essentially where consciousness combines in with that same 0 point or dimensional barrier wall fractal into the higher dimensional realms. And yeah, it's one massive universal Pandora's box that we are trying to figure out together, really.
And I remember I was going to talk about balance a little bit, because you were talking about like having too much of something. It's sort of when I talk about using apple cider vinegar as like a natural way to help you detox. But if you actually you take too much of it, you end up becoming acidic, even though it's supposed to be an alkaline, right? And but yeah, with the TENS unit, I do remember I was asking my doctor if more or less he had just used a TENS unit to stimulate the throat muscles and mimic the ability to just stent it open, because that's really what we were doing with a lot of these devices. We're just trying to retrain you the lungs how to breathe and stent and open up airways that are issues for some people, where you would consider surgery in some cases. But I just saw a lot of inflammation, which obviously it's associated with a lot of the diseases that were coming in. I also saw a lot of anxiety, which I want to get into because that's my connection to the frequency. And a lot of the training that they're doing now is something that if Kevin's on, he's aware of this because he actually did this himself. But there's something called binaural feedback, and it's light and sound therapy where they're using different pulses and vibrations to retrain your brainwave. And I definitely saw that when I did sleep studies. I definitely saw those kind of impedances in the theta, the delta waves, the really big wavy, really where your brain is supposed to be relaxing and your body's focusing on the function here at its optimal. But I would see that alpha show up in those waves at that time. And that's where you see that anxiety.
This is freaking awesome. Just to explain a little bit of like the difference of the different types of waves, and I guess I'm struggling for words.
Oh, Bernie, we just lost you all of a sudden.
Sorry. The difference between an alpha, a theta, and
okay.
like why it's so important, or what parts they come through in a normal sleep cycle.
Okay, yeah, and actually, to be honest, actually all of these waves can show up even when you're awake. Like actually daydreaming, probably there's probably mimicking of delta during daydreaming. So it's really about the frequency, the speed of the wave, and the height of the wave. But it's pretty cool to see because when you're awake and you have the alpha waves, you're looking at something that's going to be tighter and closer together, sharper. And as you fall asleep, you're going to watch those waves get looser and a little further apart, a little wavier, right? So when you get to stage 3, which is delta wave, you get to that deep, your brain it's like doing this.
You're
it's crisscrossing all over the place. It's very, very wavy. It's high anxiety and that's
puny. Say, let's pretend this brain is a puny little ant.
Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one?
Are you kidding?
How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. Resist!
And you muted. Richie. Welcome back.
Welcome back, ladies, boys and girls.
All right, which camera?
We have a friend from Israel joining us soon.
Beautiful.
He's just got out of the shower. He offered to come. He offered to come on camera in his sexy bathrobe, but I've decided that. I decided that we need everybody to keep hold of their senses, and his devastatingly handsome body. I don't know if we could.
Don't need any excuses to get taken down all over again.
Right?
Rebuilding the third channel here, so please no.
I tell you what,
out to what happened to Alien Scientist. I was watching when that happened to him.
Like, oh, thank God he was able to take it.
Same thing, innit? Same thing happened to you a few months ago, though, dude.
No, that was like a year ago with my first Bernard Conkin channel, my biggest channel that had like a few thousand subscribers. And then I rebuilt the Crypto Alchemist channel. And then 2 months ago, they just randomly terminated it without any reason. And now for 2 months, I've had the Burn Eye, Mind's Third Eye Science Guy rebuilding. I've gained about, thank goodness, 30 subscribers today. But under 500, I desperately need to get up to 1,000 so I can monetize. Tried to monetize all over again. They never let me monetize. So it's like people aren't able to like send me any YouTube donations and stuff like that. Or they can never have paid me a penny for any of the views. Yet my podcasts, I like calculated, are up to like a couple million views between Leak Project, Alien Scientist, and Autodidactic, and all the rest.
So,
yeah, it's yeah.
Dude, I was telling Rox and told Sarah about it as well. Actually, I saw this channel. It's this Scottish guy that bought a tiny house and made a video on YouTube renovating it. And like for the first few weeks, he only got a couple of hundred views, and he was making like 15-20 cents on it on each day on the views. And then somebody shared his video, and it went viral. And he ended up over about 3 months or something, he got 11 million views, and it worked out to $52,000.
Right, like
he was earning at one point. He was earning nearly $4,000 a day from like getting like if you get like over 1 million views, you're getting over $1,000 in money.
Right, like my problem was that I've only been doing it for 2 years, this podcasting and YouTubing and all of that, where it's like at this point the suppression algorithms are just so insane that like
That's what's
the
happening.
channels that are like shadow banned, like just keep getting terminated, never like gets promoted.
They're just not allowed to grow. The ones that they don't want to grow, they're not allowed to grow. I mean, I had my channel deleted with nearly 5,000 subs on it, and here we are a couple of months later, and I've still not got 1,000 subs on my new channel. It's we're all Sarah's got a fairly new channel.
I had
all the small providers are like content makers.
Well, there's falsehood to what they're showing you, views versus.
It's also that they just don't want to support us. They don't.
Oh, for sure. So they removed.
But I should shut up and not get it deleted. So
I know, right? Wait, maybe we're asking for it, but there's some interesting. There's some interesting things with Amanda Vollmer.
And
we did
Richie,
that interview with her, and
poor Richie too. Like Jason Belly, man. Jason Belly, he's like crazy, like magnetism. John Searle rebuilt the engine, like the UAP, crazy technology. But he had like 100,000 subscribers between his two channels that he had for like over 10 years. And they just like terminated both of him like a few months back. And just like, it's like, why? Like, it's just science. Like, WTF?
Because it's
humanity. Like, this should be getting funded, not terminated. Like,
I've got a screenshot.
I just don't get it.
It prevents us, or we're going to be free if we continue this. They know that. Why? What happened to the guy who tried to do the hydrogen fuel cell again and then went on the news? So, but we're going to do
the police guy, the police officer in America.
Building your lab, Bernie. I'm going to build you a lab at the center. Okay? Can't hear you. You muted yourself. You got it? Yeah. Okay. I get to do some stuff in there.
Please bring a lab. I would love.
And then when Callum comes to visit, we'll have his little garden healing center set up.
Like start building a little
teepee.
Or some,
there you go.
We'll do a sweat lodger.
Oh, fuck yeah. I already saw, by the way, we are going to have a Norse style longhouse. That's the one thing I keep seeing over and over again.
Like a
I
wood
think,
log.
like, barely mentioned it, and actually, it's gonna have, you know, how the Norse house has like this style, you know, but it's gonna be bigger. It's gonna be like, it's gonna be a little bit of a mix of a Tibetan spirit house and the Norse longhouse. It's gonna be a mix, so it's gonna have a little bit more, you know, design this way. Yeah. So there you
It's
go.
already designed. There you go.
Yep.
I like that.
Right. That's gonna be the communal hall. That's gonna be like the, you know, like the when we actually eat. You know, whenever consider we don't eat often.
Yeah.
Oh, what do we? Oh, we get to see Richie's ceiling. Oh, this is exciting. Sweet. Are we going for a walk with the dogs? We're gonna get everybody a tour of Tenerife. If you didn't already know, Richie joins us from Tenerife, Spain, where he can see the Canary Islands.
I've got my tens unit going, by the way, since you mentioned
Cool.
it.
Oh, right, perfect.
That's why
Okay.
I'm having an episode.
Cal, where in Australia are you located again, brother?
Right in the center.
Right in the center.
Alice Springs.
Back in the middle.
The original land.
About 500 kilometers away from the rock, from
The
Uluru.
rock with the crystal city.
The rock. Oh.
Crystal cities everywhere.
Wait a second.
Right, like a really deep dive. Another great deep dive I do, alternative history, is the Grand Canyon Pyramid Complex.
Ooh.
And
we have a canyon here too.
Like, oh, it is just something else.
We should just we should go on a hike, Bernie. Just get a group.
I'm putting together right now. I'm fundraising for within the next month to go down to Medicine Hat, Alberta. It's about 100 kilometers from where I am. Trying to also do like a YouTube meetup if there's anybody in the area wanting to go with. But I show the Medicine Hat Badland Guardians, and they're just like some of the Nazca Peru figurines that you can only see from like space and above. And there's actually what looks like about 10 different ancient indigenous like faces terraformed into these valleys of like North American plains Indian, and then like Olmec from like down in Mexico, what looks like a Slavic runic Viking style Caucasian, also what looks like a Easter Island head sort of guy, and like Toltec and whatnot, and it's just so fascinating. And the research is done by the FaramFoundation.com, where this guy has found what he calls geoglyphs, which are these lineaments of megalithic stones that he then measures the length of and the angle of them, and calculates and plots out all over the world, connecting to, including Cairo, Egypt, the Bosnian pyramids, the Yanaguni structure, the sunken Japanese pyramid, as well as like Mexico City, Easter Island itself, and literally thousands of others. And that at each of these ancient sacred sites, there's also other sets of these geoglyphs, and well, it rewrites history on like several tens of thousands of pre-cataclysm civilizations, not just Atlantis, but probably going back to what's been told of Lemuria or Mu, or that supposedly 30 to 60,000 years, and which the Grand Canyon Pyramid Complex is one of many of these pre-cataclysm ancient sites.
Very cool.
Water too.
Yeah. Hi, Near. We were just talking about some cool places in the U.S. Your mic, I think, might be doing that vibrating thing. Say hello real quick.
Ooh, hey, hello.
Yeah, it's doing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, horrible reverb. I think in the settings there's like an audio.
Yeah. I figured that last time.
He knows, yep. And it fixed it right away last time.
No, perhaps.
I think it did it. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
How you
shut
doing?
up.
Thanks for joining us.
And shalom everyone from Israel. I'm doing fine, pretty good, and I just watched the show. Enjoy your guest over here. Seems very exciting and lots of important things to say. And yeah, I'm gonna fit in the conversation or whatever until you give me enough time to blab about what I want. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely.
Welcome. Nice to see you and be able to talk.
Yeah, Nia,
It's always
this
awesome
is
to like see every play, like connecting with people all around the world. It's just so beautiful, like a wonderful thing.
Yeah,
that's
great.
it. And
Thanks for yeah, Rich.
there's not many like Nia, you are the only Israeli that we've got,
Yeah.
you know, on our team.
Yeah,
So
yeah, and quite
it's pretty
I don't
cool.
know, yeah, but it's like a unique Israeli. I don't know. Listen, when I thought about like establishing Ash News, I thought about that one of the concepts of the channel will be about focusing all the attention of the world over here to in Israel, because I think that we have like a lot to contribute with, like you know, things that we research in the truth realm and. Like history and religion and all kinds of things which
And
are like
we're all
depth in
taught
our
something
past, in our
different.
history. Sorry?
We're all taught something different, aren't we? We're all taught something slightly different. Everybody's taught something slightly different to everybody else. Like the history is slightly different. Obviously, language is different, but we're all given a slightly different story. You know,
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
different flavors, but they're
It's
all
for us Israelis
it's
as
all coming
well.
from the
Okay.
same people. But it's all coming from the same people.
Yeah,
For
exactly.
sure, and like it's also we do it to ourselves, like unintentionally, just cognitive dissonance, like going with the flow of just the
Perpetuating.
people around you, and like it's being able to tune into the balance of your own self and connect down to your inner truth and source, and like you resonate with nature and like the right frequencies, you connect and you balance, it seems, or at least that seems to be the experience I've shared with many and love to continue. O.
That look at that beautiful Tenerife sky, palm trees, landscape. Just had to blow that up for everybody real quick.
Oh, looks like heavy chemtrails. Okay. Anyways, so I was talking about I think Israel, and I kind of like Rich said earlier, kind of like correct thing that everyone is getting like a different narrative, especially about Israel, and it's really connected to religion. And I think that today I want to touch this hot potato because I think that it's I don't know. I think that. First of all, people need to comprehend, like, I don't know what's going on, what's the story, at least from time that I became awake with flat Earth and all kinds of other stuff. I began like researching also the story of religion and the actual sources of what we are like being presented today as religion, and it goes. It was getting wild over there. Oh, thanks, Rich. Anyway, it's okay. Anyway, oh, and Sarah, I love your cat earlier. It was adorable. Yeah.
She does that all the time, so just so you all know, I don't like ignore her. She literally does it all the time. But I did make it so she had a little setup. But yes, thank you.
Okay, cool. Anyway, yeah, sure. Anyway, so I think that like for the last years or so, I kind of like researched this topic of religion, and it's very like distinguished in Israel because you know, I'm a Jew. Okay, like I'm considered a Jew. I was born like that, and it's also like a question of like what is a Jew? You know, what is like if it goes by your DNA or goes by your own definition. Okay, it's a question, and all sorts of other things that I got to be, I don't know, to just research it through the Bible and through the religious like commandments that we got, that they're like well known in the society, not specifically for like religious people. So, and what I discovered was a huge difference. Okay, but between what is written in the Bible and between what they're claiming out of it, that it's the interpretation of what it's written. Now, and I think that in order to understand what is the actual point that religion kind of like took over the scriptures, the same thing happened also with Christianity. Like the books were like earlier than the actual religion. Also, like in the Bible, I don't think that it's even mentioned there's like a religious, a Jewish religious, a Jewish religion in general. So we are talking about the people of Israel, the sons of Israel, and Israel was Jacob. So yeah. And I think that if you want to, I saw like a lot of history talks earlier over here, and of course that when we're talking about history, we can't never be sure about anything. This is also always like Richie is telling me that, this promo of him, we can't be sure about everything, and I think that the breaking point, if you know the biblical story of the people of Israel, it's starting over like you all know the Exodus, and you all know maybe the King's era, and after that there was like the exile to Babylon. Now after the exile to Babylon, we have the return of the sons of Israel to the Holy Land, and this was the first exile. Now the problem that what was in this exile, that the people that came back, they came back with the religious belief that we're back in Babylon, okay? Meaning lots of paganism and lots of like cultural habits and things that they brought back. And what they brought back, they turned this thing into the modern Judaism that we know today. You know, the guys with the black coats and the beards and those hats and those,
Orthodox.
funny, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Orthodox
Exactly.
Jews.
Orthodox Jews. And you kind of like makes the connection, because you see all kinds of like very similar symbols. Okay, for instance, we have this tefillin. Okay, this black cube. Okay, that they're like putting on their head. Okay, every day. I think it's like 2 or 3 times. And where do we know another black cube? Okay, black cube.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we can see where they took their cultural inspiration out of. Okay, now and
Well, actually, it was where Islam took theirs from, rather than the other way around. Islam didn't come about
It's
until
all
about
just local interpretations of the same root, ancient civilization and global. We're tricked into believing ourselves that we're the best ever and that we're the first interglobal sort of civilization, where it's like reality more seems like, in fact, it's always been this way, and each of the peoples are a lot more older from like the lands that they're on, but at the same times those same peoples have been everywhere throughout those times, coexisting in their own little communities together. Also, Ash, I love that you're bringing this up and talking about it. I actually, in my university, I had a wonderful Israeli professor in my Middle Eastern studies, Oren Steinitz, and like I've got a decent history and understanding of what like you're talking about and all of it, and just like it's just also the tragedy of like humanity constantly choosing to like turn on itself, and everywhere like half the conflicts like throughout that are sparking out constantly are civil wars of like the same peoples all over. And it's that we just need to work together to not pick up the guns, to not use them on each other, and instead try to build and find common ground and understanding.
And it's division that's done that. It's division. It's these divisions that have done that. It goes back to trying to bring everybody back together again. No matter if we agree or disagree, we're all in this together, and we've either separated ourselves or we've been separated.
Right,
So we need to.
One thing I have to say is, so the story of the Tower of Babel, whenever there was that like civilization of however far long back it was, that was the last time humanity was together within a single global language society, high technology sort of thing, where it's like we're at that precipice again, and are we going to fall upon each other because we're abusing the powers of God, or are we going to use it responsibly and work into being harmonious and join the whatever intergalactic universe multi-dimension that it is, but accept who we are first and stop being a suicidal race and start appreciating.
I think that the story of Babylon is just a defiance with God. Okay, it's as they always told me, and I always tell people about the symbol of Israel, which is the Star of David, and it's not related. It's get lots of like bad words from all people in the network, and quite rightfully it's so. Okay, because this symbol is not connected to the Jewish people. Okay, it's a foreign symbol that was that had a lot of
That's above so
meaning.
below, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Tetrahedron. It's the tetragrammaton in old time, but it's a tetrahedron. It's one of the shapes of the key geometries of the structure of like universal geometry, and it's part of sacred geometry, and that's part of what we're learning again, and that's kind of what I talk about, like, or understand that one world language, that it's like that if humanity reaches that point, we're also talking with God, we're talking with like all consciousness, all understanding, and it's like you're on a level that you're not lying to yourself first or lying to your people first. Like your consciousness is open to everyone and everybody's in there, and then it's like a harmonious, like telepathic sort of existence potentially, but like that's the golden age, and it's like we were just coming out of this dark age, the Stone Ages, where it was the very fall of it. And are we going to be sinful and abuse it, or are we going to get back with God and ourselves and ascend back into the eternal heavens and universe?
I think it's I got, this is why I kind of resonate with what Jason's saying about the simulacrum with and the whole point of it is to get us in control of our emotions and everything, get us fully balanced so that we're worthy of inheriting these powers that we dream of, so that we're worthy of being able to create with thought instantly, to be able to materialize things within this realm instantly. Because imagine what we could build, imagine what we could build with those powers working together, and instead of destroying everything, we can just build exponentially, and who knows for how long. Who knows if there's any limit to this? It might be what I said yesterday. The only limit to this realm is the perception of it. So if all of us are in the same place, and we're all maybe the realm will expand. Maybe it'll get bigger.
So think of like Jupiter and Saturn that I have a big telescope. I've been looking through it my whole life. I take in astronomy like through university as well, and like they have these little solar systems of these other moons where it's like, is there these like ice water covered other island like planets and stuff like that? It's like, could we have potentially in the past, or could we like in the future, is there life within these ecosystem things, and that like we're just at a point in a cycle where we have to stop killing ourselves to connect with everything that has ever been, and can be it again, sort of thing.
And if this is a simulation, maybe what we're witnessing there is like an echo or a shadow of a different version of this reality, a different version of this earth. I liked the other day, I was listening to Tim Pool. I'm really enjoying Tim Pool and the Timcast IRL. And he was talking with Ian Crossland again about, they were talking about timelines. They were talking about people seeing ghosts, right? And Ian Crossland was saying they saw that they was talking about this guy that walked into a hotel. The hotel had been standing since the 1800s. And when he walked in, he looked across the bar and it was like everything changed to the 1800s. And there was a guy stood there dressed in 1800s get up, and he pointed at them, went, ah, and then disappeared. And the guy was thinking it was a ghost, and it was a ghost coming to get him, but it disappeared. And Tim said, but what if it was timelines? What if it was a different timeline that had come close to this one? And what happened was the guy, it was like the guy from the future, there was this wormhole or something that opened up in the timelines, and the guy from the past was seeing the guy in the future, and the guy in the future was seeing the guy in the past, but it was all happening in this moment.
I have a theory with that and how it connects in the multiverse and what, like, all the ancient, like, kind of tribalistic, shamanistic societies, they had the giant stone henges, but they're actually these advanced astrological clocks and stuff that they used and were measuring the patterns and stuff with. And at the beginning of the stream, if you caught it, we was talking about how silver is the moon and all of those sort of systems. Could it also be when, like, it seems to be like these crazy occult, if like there is this powers that be sort of thing, or ancient priestess group that's somehow in control or whatever, that it's like on the eclipses, the occulting of the moons, that there's these gatherings in those. Are those these portal spots? And then I've personal experiencer, if anyone's aware of the professional wrestling, and it used to be called WWF back in the day, now WWE. There's the famous Hart family wrestling. It started off with Stu Hart, the Grandpa Hart wrestler. He was Calgary Stampede Wrestling, turned it into WWF, and then Bret Hart, Owen Hart, and then there was also Jim.
I saw Bret Hart advertising vaccines lately.
Bret Hart and his pink leather jacket,
and also the British Bulldog. So
with his sunglasses.
Only
no, it's old now. It's
from
good for
my
the heart
house
attacks.
where I live, and like I've grown up since a little child in that place. Like my mom was part of the community board, and she'd be over there. Some of the younger kids, like I went to school with, Tanya Hart's one of my really good friends. We were at parties there, and like she told me stories like back in junior high when I was there about how she saw these ghosts in the mirrors. And then like sure enough, one time that I was alone coming out of what was known as the dungeon, where they the hearts, the big ring in the bottom or whatnot. But the history of that actual place and property is that it's over 100 more years older at least, and like you can't even find this information now. Like when I tried looking it up with my girlfriend Amber a year ago, it's just ridiculous. It doesn't even say the city board, but I know this for a fact. Like for 100 years it was the Springbank Hospital, and that like it was a treatment for the hospital, and like it existed as a hospital before like the no longer was, then someone else owned it. I think something bad happened, then the Harts like lived in there, and like the family existed there for a good 50 years or something like that. And then it's supposedly like it changed all sorts of different things since, but it's like not occupied. And like I drove up with Amber like a year ago in the middle of winter, like there's snow up to like undisturbed, like 2 feet high, like on the entire property. And so it's like there's nothing on there. There was not like no flower, like no tracks, no inhabitants. And I'm like guaranteed ghost. And like, sure enough, a figure just like pops up in the top window, and like a TV somehow starts turned on, and then like the figure's like the figure like moved around and stuff, and then just like it all just disappeared at once, and like
That sounds like a Home Alone. That sounds like somebody set up a thing. Like you went through an infrared tripwire, right? And it basically fired it up, and this they got a mannequin.
Line from junior high, Bobby Goodyear, at a party there. He fell down and broke like the main stair set, and like broke his leg or something, because the ghost also appeared in the mirror right in front, and like he got spooked, and like it's this thing is like well known, seen like many times, and like
here's the thing. I'm a big ghost. Like that's actually part of my pathway, especially into the spiritual journey and awakening journey. From a young age, I had this weird fascination with ghosts, and I was the one that looked up all the local haunted places, and then I'd read these books. I'd go find these books, and I'd get these stories, and they were old. But then it started to expand into there's different types of ghosts. There's the poltergeist ghost that is almost acts due to a person coming into a room and affecting all these things. Yeah. Then there's another type of ghost
that actually types of poltergeist as well.
Like some sort of demon or like spirit, possible angel and demon consciousness that come through that what we try in the Western world to diagnose as different mental illnesses or disease are in fact what has been like kept in the occult spiritual side of humanity and practiced by the priests, is control of these what
it was actually
other conscious things coming in and out, and be very careful.
It was either Aleister Crowley or Albert Pike who basically brought the psychiatric world into mainstream, and it became a soft science with in the medical profession. So it's always been in that. It comes from the occult. It comes from the dark mysteries, messing with people's minds and understanding people's minds. Like,
it's like remote viewing, and this is actually what I want to bring up, because there's a ghost story where a guy, I told you about this, Richie, the other day, where it's in one of these books but it was a true documented story where the guy's dreaming. He keeps seeing this guy when he's dreaming, right? And then on the other side, there's a guy all the way on the other side of the United States that is seeing a ghost in his house every night. And it's or maybe not every night, but it's like frequently, without a doubt. All of a sudden, these two meet at some point, and they're like, "Holy shit, you're the guy from my dream."
That's not remote viewing. That's astral traveling.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, what is remote viewing?
Those are both one and the same, and that is taking a fourth dimension consciousness and learning how to use it into the fifth dimensional consciousness and spiritual realm and universal realm, what some call Akashic records. But it's that time is both in our third dimensional linear way. It also exists in this higher dimensional whatever has existed is always simultaneously existing with whatever is going to exist and this moment right now sort of situation.
The only moment is now.
Different other levels in between, and most likely like one's a simulation, one's this, one's that, but it's all together. And
the thing is, they all exist. They all coexist at exactly the same time in exactly the same space. Because in those people, within those minds, within the conscious minds of those that perceive the world in those different ways, like
yes, so bang
multiple realities, parallel universes, kind of thing. Like in each of and every one of us, there's my version, your version, Nir's version. What? So, Nir, have you ever had any experience with ghosts? Have you ever had any experience with ghosts?
No, I didn't. I want
what
to.
About?
I listened up like carefully. I did like all sorts of like faces, but I tried not to barge in or whatever. I kind of like narrowed myself down, like in some point of my life, with the conspiracies that I can, handle and put into my life. Okay, at some point it gets too much, And the thing is,
Why?
that,
What can I ask? Can I ask a question? What's
yeah.
too much about it? Because you haven't experienced it, so you can't. What is too much about it? Is it scary?
No. I think that it's my division was everything that I can, what is related to this world, okay, to the physical reality that I see. All those things. Those are the things that interest me.
We all have our own experiences and our own journeys.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
whenever people put their focuses on, and it's like if you look at it or like go for it and like put all your energy into it, eventually it's gonna happen, or that's just going to become.
Or even if it's only for you, if it's only for you, it will happen, won't it?
Or
That's
it's
the
like it
thing.
could be happening around you all the time, and like others could be seeing it or interacting it with like you right next to it, but you're not. You're on your own conscious wave, and then also the people around you are on that same conscious wave too. And that's why like people will drink together, or they'll smoke weed together, or they'll do these different drugs together, and then it's putting this little group of conscious perspectives on that same wavelength, whatever it is. But then they all share that joint experience of that. And it's also how, if you have positive ones and work on it, that people are then able to take it and use it within themselves and start accessing these higher dimensional realms from the ongoing experiences and joint experiences.
The same idea of activating your kundalini.
Listen, I tried in my life. I used to lecture about astrology. Okay, and the way that I learned about astrology was by not by books. Okay, I just observed people, and I started like questioning people, like what's their sign, and then I made like the connections between the people, and then I discovered like all those connections and what are like the characteristic of each sign, and I was focusing mainly on the elements. Okay, now and I used to lecture only about about the relationship between people, how it is every sign is characterized, and all of that. And the whole side of astrology that I didn't put my effort in was the technical side. Okay, because people are like drawing maps and and calculating angles and this affects that way, and then the moon comes over and this planet send you this kind of energies and things like that, and I couldn't get it. Okay, I couldn't get it. Why? Because I couldn't believe that those planets, as I said, that are so far away, they're like transmitting this energy right towards us over here on this globe that I used to believe in. Now, and I let it go for like a couple of years. I continue lecturing about astrology, but then one day I discovered the flat Earth, and in the flat Earth, we're going by the biblical story, and in the biblical stories, God put the stars in the firmament. Okay, it's on the fourth day. Now, and so what we see, okay, on my perspective, okay, what we see when you go out and at night and we see those shiny things in the skies, I think those are just shiny things, and those because I don't know what they are. Okay, what I do know, okay, is that they are like for thousands of years earlier. Okay, before even religion, before anything. Okay, people used to look at stars and actually saw those shapes on the firmament, and those stars are like they're moving, they're doing stuff. Okay, they're like reshaping. They're like and also like their form. Okay, is like it signifies all kinds of like objects which are here on Earth, all the signs. Okay, and now is that a coincidence? I don't think so. Okay, and that tells us, okay, that there is a connection between the skies, between the firmament and Earth. Okay, and this connection, it's kind of like those are just those symbols. Okay, now and that got me to
Dude, it's definitely more than that though, because when there's certain astrologers and astronomers, whatever you want to call them, that are like Levette, who can go back through history and go back through the stellarium, which shows you, it'll project what the stars look like 1,000 years ago and all that. So she'll link stellarium and she'll go back in history and she'll go through what's happened, the major events, like the major things that have happened. And there's always the same wandering stars or planets or whatever we want to call them, like Mars, Venus, and when they no worries, dude. And when they're in certain positions, certain things happen on Earth. Like there's either a war or there's peace or there's
yes. Of course.
Okay,
This is why
right. So the
I came to
tetrade
the
of blood moons. I have to state this: the tetrade of blood moons is so crucial within both Israel's history and then also most recently when Putin interjected Syria, and he did it at the tetrade of the blood moons, and it's just it's still happening.
They use it.
But why it sticks with me specifically is on that same tetrade of blood moons in Calgary, the city chief of police son randomly at a party murdered 4 people with a knife and then claimed psychoticness and like got off like in a year. And it's like what, like seriously, what is going on here?
I want to Rich, I want to barge in. I want to continue just what I started earlier by saying. Okay, the thing is that if the stars, are like in the firmament and they are like closer to us, so this way I can believe that those things are like affecting us, like you said. The way that they're like forming, if they're like nearer to us, it's more logical that we have some kind of like interaction.
I agree with that. I don't believe in these distances. I don't believe in these figures that they've given for these distances. Personally,
now what we can understand from that, if the stars are like inside the firmament and they are like interacting with us with energy, and those things are moving and they're like inputting and outputting thing. So this whole firmament is acting like, keyword, a machine. This whole firmament is like a machine. It's like moving. It's like
which is why I asked you to listen. Like I've sent you those 2 links to the playlists of Jason Archaics, and what Jason says. Jason says that there is basically a projection, and it is done to make us believe that we live on a globe. It's a projection that's done in such a way that because of the north and the south hemispheres, it's designed to be able to show us, you live on a globe, to allow that that perception to actually, take hold. And I mean, I think, what if every reset, because we all agree there's resets, however frequent they are, we don't know, but we all agree that there's resets. So what if every reset or let's say there's, I don't know, just things are completely bloody different. Like Dark City, right? On Dark City, the whole thing is they swap their minds, or they don't swap their minds, but they put them in completely new. There's the guy, the people, they're in their house, and it's a shitty
city around.
The city moves, everything moves and changes, right? What if that's what literally is what is happening in the resets? They're just depicting what's happening in the resets. The resets, everything's shifting and changing, and everybody's someone different when they come out. On the other side of the reset, we're all someone different.
I show loss, because I was also talking about what if, so simulation theory, same thing, right? We're in this dome though, but then there's these independent toroidal fields, which kind of connects to that APV research where they've talked about with the idea of the rainbows. So my concept is that there's these separate toroidal fields where and some of them are portals, or we know there's areas that are called vortexes. So what I'm trying to get at is shit, there was another point to that. There was something about the transitioning of, so in the show Lost, okay, the concept in the show Lost is that we're in a machine, there's a machine running this, and that the island is literally shifting. And so my idea is we're going from one toroidal segment to another. We can flip, we can just kind of rotate, or maybe even, transition. So I think that's an interesting
The Maze
way
Runner. The Maze Runner also is like that as well.
Yeah, there you go.
Changing as well.
Oh, that's lovely.
That's the one really well doing plant. Look at that. Look at the difference.
Look at that, man.
The best ever lettuce. And then also on this row there's the larger Swiss chard and the larger kale compared to smaller kale. And look at this other lettuce over there, it's just scraps. And the beets, they're smaller to larger. The poppies, look at how large they are compared to over there.
And that's
tiny.
colloidal.
So
colloidal
literally, the
silver.
line that has been watered is exponentially larger than the top majority that did not have the charged monoatomic water.
Fascinating.
Right, so it wasn't just colloidal; it was monoatomic water. It was.
Yeah, but it was. I would just do I'd empty about 75% of the bottle each time when I'd be watering it once every second night with it. And then at the very end, I'd be very careful to put a bit of equal amount of undisturbed water over top of them. And then I think 2 or 3 times when it was slushed up at the very bottom on nights that it was raining, I put a couple drops of the actual mixture of the pure monoatomics into the soils.
So I mean, I don't.
Because
I don't
this
think
is on
he's.
plant first, and it's only from the pure see-through white, not oxidized, not sulfurized, not diatomic, triatomic, anything of the sort, but only the pure single white monoatomic mixture going on. And that's the key always, is to experiment on the agriculture on the plants first. And it's if you're doing it wrong, it's instantly going to kill the plants. Or if you're doing it right, you're going to get exponential better yields and life. And
Dude,
quality.
imagine what that could do with the weed. You gotta grow you some weed, man.
Honest, Richie, so Vancouver Island Ormus, the guy's been doing it for over 10 years, and it's insane. It's the buds are bigger than his forearms, and it's crazy.
I'll need your help.
So
Bernie,
this
again.
is my farmer Fred, my wonderful Doukhobor father. He's got the orchard in the backyard where we have a few different types of apples, cherries, pears, and
That sounded like a crow. That sounded like a crow.
Oh yeah, he feeds the crows too. They nest up.
Crows are so intelligent, man. They're so
They
cool.
are indeed. They're so intelligent. I had a wild.
They're a good sign as well.
100%. No, growing up a raven up in the mountain pass between where I live in Calgary and my family ranch out in BC, the Fort Steele Mountains. Right in between the two in the national park, there was this raven that every year when I'd be traveling twice through with my parents, I'd feed it and it would come back, and it came back for I think at least a decade. It was crazy.
That's cool, man.
But yeah, sorry. Lastly, part of this orchard, my dad grafts. So it's each tree actually has a few different types of apple on it. For instance,
it's grafted.
Be a crab apple. So
it's grafted other branches onto it.
It's grafted apple, but it survives the harsher Canadian climate. And then the big branches have the bigger apples that provide and bear better fruit on it.
They
And
look
it's
really
really
tasty,
cool
man.
in the spring because trees will have multiple colored blossoms all over them, and it is just that time of August right now where it's they're small apples, but they're actually so freaking delicious and amazing.
So Bernie, there's a guy on YouTube. He's called Skill Cut, and he does like a lot of farming, but one of his specialties is grafting, and specifically grafting apples. People seek him out for the types of apples he ends up hybrid creating. And he's made like a pink apple that's real pink in the inside, but like just the most delicious, juicy, good tasting. It's cool to watch him because that's definitely something I want to experiment more with too, is grafting. It's actually a lot.
I'm gonna have to check that out. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Sounds freaking awesome.
I'll send you a link.
Right up my family.
I don't think.
Bernie, you muted yourself, just
Yeah, he's muted himself.
I did. Sorry, I did a couple seconds earlier than I intended.
It's all good.
I don't think he's in the. I don't think he's in the chat anymore. But I wish Arwin had been there to see how good the plants were doing. The Bernie's poured the water on.
You don't need to prove anything to anybody. Like we talked about. Just
it's just documenting it, and then more people doing it and having the same results. And it's like,
I'm really glad. I'm just happy that it's been documented.
Scientific method.
I'm sure that we're not devils.
We're just trying to bring everyone the same results.
You're not just talking about it. That's the thing. You're not just talking about it. You're doing it, and there's the results. We can see the results. We can see them.
Exactly. The fruits of your labor. It's, the vegetables of the garden of the labor of the alchemist.
What you're going to have to do, dude, is you're going to have to take Sarah through it, how to make monatomic silver, colloidal silver, so that she can make colloidal silver to then water the weed that she's going to grow.
I really want to grow a CBD specific plant, but I definitely going to do, because I want to make my own.
Like, no, I have I have a grandfather medical marijuana license for 100 plants. I just need to get the right property to be setting it up, and then once again, I will also be immediately doing.
Bernie, have you ever considered leaving Canada?
The Treehouse Healing Center.
I would love to be maturing again and having roots all over, and
I'll have an awesome set up for you. Not only will we have a lab, but we'll have a whole area just for the CBD and the THC that we'll be cultivating.
That's a gorgeous Labrador. I love Labradors, man.
Sweetheart, buddy. Oh, you can just tell. You can tell that dog.
He has maybe 10 to 20% lab. He's mostly English Bull Mastiff, and then there's a little bit of hound in him.
He looks like a lab. He looks like a lab, man.
Sweetest Bull Mastiff. My friend had
this his body's not like a lab, but his face, he looked like a lab then. His face, head on, face on, he looks like a Labrador. He's beautiful. What's his name?
T2. And it's because he is Tito 2. My very first dog was Tito, and Tito was a half English Mastiff, half Pit Bull that looked almost identical to T2. And I got him randomly as a puppy that had come from the native reserve of the Tsuut'ina Nations close by to me. And then T2, I got about a year after Tito was put down at 14, and he also came as a puppy from the Tsuut'ina Nations Reserve, and his dad is the male Buddy Baloo is the name of the dog that is the purebred English Mastiff. That's his dad, and he belongs to, I believe, like the chief or like one of the I think it's the chief's dog.
He's so calm, man.
Bull Mastiffs are actually, they're huge. They have the huge heads, and they look like they could just chomp you, and they are the sweetest.
They are the softest, most affectionate.
And do this. I used to shake his jowls and be like, "Oh, you're Simpson," because that was my friend's dog's name.
They're a bit slobbery. They're a little bit slobbery when you do that.
Extremely slobbery. My dad calls him Marmaduke. He also looks like a Scooby-Doo sometimes. This is my lovely T2.
T2, you are so. I can just see so.
He looks like he's at least 40 kilos.
120 pounds.
Oh, buddy.
I don't know what that is in kilos.
Right? I'm Canadian, yet I'm Americanized, so I don't even know what it is in kilos.
I think it's about 45. I think it's
Yeah,
about
I think
45,
actually,
50
yeah, that actually
kilos.
sounds about right. I think so.
He's definitely 40 kilos or more, man. He's beautiful. Oh, I wanna give him a rub. Right, listen, guys, we've been kind of going for. Look at that. So we've just missed
Richie,
322.
Richie, I think it's a
10 minutes. It's got to be exactly at 33333.
Yeah.
I've gotten it once before,
So we
and then
got 10
everybody's
minutes,
like,
guys.
"Oh my God, are you Illuminati?" It's just like,
Do it.
kind of like
We've already confirmed.
like that's
Illuminati confirmed, man.
right.
What,
Illuminati
Go for it.
confirmed.
what were you going to say, Neil?
It's hilarious just how
I think
synchronicity goes.
it's from this like outdoor nice atmosphere. I think it's a good place to go through to an update on the secrets of Isaac's well.
All right. Okay.
Right.
We I don't know if who will remember about what the secrets of Isaac's well. We'll just remind.
Go ahead.
What is that? Your science lab in there? That was a lot of wires. Is that your room from the other side?
Normally, I did clothing vending, my own clothing line, and then printed for festivals and artists and stuff like that. And I would set up at events forever and sell both like the locations.
You got your own music label as well, haven't you?
As well as my own.
You
But
got your own...
COVID messed that all up, so I just turned it into a outdoor alchemy lab, because also, just even though it's only salt water and like literally you can use like a AA battery, a C battery, just a few volts of electricity into it, and you're instantly producing hydrogen and oxygen alone. That like those gases, you have to have it well ventilated, and like if you add in the aspects of creating cavitation, then you have the real possibility of serious radiation. And that's why I don't have the facilities to even mess with that. But I had recorded a couple videos earlier today on my channel where I showed several others who have done it and show it in depth and explain it. And it's like
Bernie's like that kid that you hear about that gets a knock from the fucking, the Secret Service come around because he's trying to order uranium on the black market.
I don't think I would ever do that. I might have a worse problem of like accidentally creating it. Or something like that. Like, oh God, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Like, shoot, do you want this? Like, I don't want it. It's dangerous. Like, fuck off. I'm sorry. Like, please take it if But it's that it produces this stuff, and like Hutchins been doing it forever. Walter Russell was doing it 100 years ago. Tesla was doing it 100 years ago. It seems like the alchemists of 500 years ago and thousands of years ago were doing it, and it's how nature works. And yeah, there's just so much to it.
Right. Listen, on that note, dude, I know. So before he goes, I know he's itching to share an update about Isaac's well. Isaac's well, for anybody that doesn't know, where Near lives in Rehovot, that's the story of Isaac's well from the Bible, from the scripture. God made a well in Rehovot for Isaac and for his, for his family. And then the Wiseman Institute was basically put where it was put. And one day, Near and his friends were having this, they were literally just kind of joking around, having a little bit of speculation. And they said, yeah, what if the Wiseman Institute, this Institute of Science, what if they've put it over Isaac's well? And so they just randomly took a day trip to Isaac's well, and they found this old house that seemed really untouched, it was a mess. There was nothing in there, and it was all boarded up, but you could see through the cracks, and inside there's a water pump, and it looks like it could be Isaac's well. So we're gonna have a quick update from Nia.
Okay.
Just after this quick break of 2 minutes.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm good for break.
All right.
Good.
All right. We're just going to take a quick break. So go and have a pee and whatever. All right.
In this life, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going, and it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, That's why I treat it like voodoo. I do find I still have a talent to cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. But hopefully, that hasn't unjinxed.
That didn't work properly. There we go.
Whoops.
Well, we have 3 minutes. 3-minute countdown. Something like that.
So,
thank you everybody for tuning in. This has been an absolutely epic time, and just community conscious world connecting. I don't know how anybody could possibly ever hate on what we do and what's been accomplished here today and continues to be. I hope to see all of you beautiful souls both in the show and in the live chat again, as always. And
we'll definitely do this.
So,
Nia.
Yeah. I'm adjusting my eyes to the place I got on my...
You guys, oh, that was funny. Sorry, I didn't wait for this to pop up right away. I can stop sharing this. I just wanted to show. I wanted to show that at least if we had time. But go ahead.
Okay, cool. Talking about Isaac's well, right? So I mentioned in the previous time that I think that I talked about it. About the Sculptures Festival and about the incident with President Biden. That he stumbled and fell off his bicycle in the city of Rehovot, Delaware. And
it was Rehovot Beach in Delaware.
Rehovot Beach in Delaware. And
let's go, Brandon. Woo! Laptop something like
Yeah.
Jesus, but let's not go into that. So I'll shut
No,
up.
don't get me started. I truly like. Last time I've been here, I told the whole connection between this fall and the story of Isaac's well. It's like all connected, and the thing is that all that got to do. What that I noticed in the story of Rehovot that Richie mentioned. This story always like reminds me the whole story of Israel in general. Okay, because the biggest conflict that we got as Israelis is that this place has always been told to us as a place which has all the biblical stories happen there. It's the land that God is present over here. And while at it, the big conflict happens when you witness like the big modernism and the big scientific culture that we're seeing in all over Israel, but specifically in Rehovot, it tells the story exactly to this point, that it brings the biblical story with the beautiful story that God shows Isaac the different the only well that people didn't thought of, the only well of peace was the one that God showed him, and he called it Rehovot because he made this place wide for us. Now you can see that in modern Rehovot, all that they're trying to do is defy God and try to build on top of this well all kinds of like scientific, I guess say archaeological structures, and all kinds of like besides science, you have also over there like an institute of agriculture. You have the biological center that they worked on the vaccine of the COVID lately and didn't make it anyway, and all kinds of like other institutes that kind of like surrounds this this area, and you question yourself why those things like exist over there. And when you're getting down to the story of Isaac's well, you make the connections of this guy over here, Mr. Chaim Weizmann, the first president of Israel. Then you kind of like understand the connections, and what we discovered is what you see over here is in this deserted building. What you can see is just an empty building with a water pump, something like 100 years old, on the floor, and this signaled us that this whole story that we thought of that is true, that Israel is still existing today, is maybe true. Okay, now and from that point we kind of like stumbled into all kinds of like small defiances. Okay, like I told earlier about the sculptures festival that we had over here, or about this Biden story that I think that it's all been like a big mocking to the biblical story of Isaac. They brought the Joseph Biden, which is like signified the character of Joseph in the Bible, which also was like a daydreamer. And
that's actually a very good point, right? It's the spell casting, like they have to play it out in the open and playing these
exactly
roles.
They and replaying these roles.
Yeah, but at this time the mocking was that in this time, instead of Isaac's finding the well in the Rehovot, Joseph fell down again, like he fell down into the pit of by his brothers and all of that. So they kind of like remake it, but in a twist, and not a funny one actually, you know. And maybe it makes them laugh. I don't know. I don't know what's their sixth sense of humor. Anyway,
I think it's. I think there are some of them that laugh at it. You know?
Yeah. Now I want to continue on the story of what I discovered. There was another an event that happened on the place itself that you showed over there in the video. There was an event for the families. Okay, for the families, for families and children. And it happened over there on the lawn that next to the Chaim Weizmann place. And over there, the theme of this event was soaping bubble balloons. Okay, like not bubble balloons, water balloons. Okay.
Yeah.
Just making lots of water balloons. Is that coming to signify the well below, the water below, whatever. I don't know. Also seems suspicious to me.
It's like what is the point? Why would they do that? Why would they?
It's pure.
What's the relevance?
It's pure.
Balloons of water.
Yeah, it's like pure mocking. Okay. Oh, you're like getting water balloons on top of what you don't know is the actual well. Okay.
Or maybe the balloon. Like, hang on. What if those balloons were filled with water from the well?
Exactly. It's like that brings me to the next thing. Okay. The next thing that I kind of like discovered is that there is a factory. Okay. That I kind of like in Rehovot for like lots and lots of years, which I kind of like started noticing things about him. And I first checked the map, and it's like very close to the institute, the Weizmann Institute. And what do you know? It's a factory which is called the Jafora. I sent you the link. Richie over there in the WhatsApp, if you can show it, whatever.
Yeah, no, it's better. Can you put it in the private chat because I can't?
Yeah, sure. Anyway, so this place is a beverage factory. Okay, a beverage factory which is existing from the year. Oh, how unexpected! 1933. Anyway, so it's existed till from this time, and they're telling there over there in the story that they made, the oranges out of like pure oranges, but I don't think that they did it like for a long time, and I think that they made those beverages out of Isaac's well, okay, because it's like very close by, and you can see like all kinds of like facilities over there, like in this area that are like needing water for their like operation, and they're all like probably using that well. Okay, now so we now kind of like try to figure out like geographically that this well is kind of like an underwater pond or something like that. Or maybe it's got been covered with the resets or whatever.
An aquifer sort of thing.
Hmm?
It's an aquifer, underground cave aquifer, like with that pure crystal water, fresh water underground.
Yeah.
This is your reminder to take a drink of water if none of you've been drinking your water today.
Anyway, please notice that
I have literally been drinking my golden and silver waters in front of you for the last 3 hours and 40 minutes, and I am feeling great. I am feeling golden.
I'm drinking Isaac's well water.
Beautiful. I was gonna say, what a great sink, Nir. We were just talking about this while we're talking.
Just notice.
Listen.
I just noticed that the logo of Yafora, okay, is Flat Earth logo in orange colors.
Yeah.
What?
The logo of Jafora, of like the factory, you see it on the top in the middle.
The green, really?
Yeah, it's like Flat Earth, but with orange colors. If you have imagination.
I suppose it could be. It could be. What I was going to say is, I just think it's absolutely fascinating, and I don't think anybody can ignore that there's this story in the Bible, in the scriptures, about about a well being given to this chap named Isaac, and then you've got in this place called Rehovot, and then here you've got this science institute that's been built, and there's this, it just seems
synchronicity. Sorry, I just got to state, I actually have one of my best friends' names is Isaac, and he's a dual Israeli-Canadian citizen that I've known for over a decade in my life, and he is just one brilliant individual. Actual fact, if you look up burncron.com, the web server address is registered to Isaac Amour, my brother of another mother, Israeli, man, like genius, good friend,
Is
and
a funny person.
much
Is
love
a funny.
if you
Is
watch
a
this,
funny
Isaac.
person.
Is he
Indeed.
funny?
Is it funny? Didn't hear the question.
Oh, absolutely. It's
Oh yes, it is because
oh yeah, the
Isaac.
neat fruit of the garden.
Okay, because Isaac it's called like in Hebrew it's called Yitzchak, and it's come from the root of tzachak. Tzachak is to laugh. Okay, it's because like when the angels came to prophesize to Abraham that his wife is gonna have birth, so she laughed, and that's why he was called Isaac. Okay, and then so probably most of the people called
Because
Isaac
she
they're
wasn't.
like
She
funny people.
she would like couldn't have babies, could she?
Yeah. She was
And
like
then
100 years. She was 100 years
yeah,
old, and
and she was
she
old, and yeah,
and
that's
she
why she laughed, because it was
yeah
like, yeah, all
yeah
right, I love it. I'm gonna have a baby. Yeah.
yeah. So
Well, the
yeah. So
fact.
this about the I want just to close up the Isaac as well story. And with that, yeah, this thing of Jafar that we discovered about the new factory thing, kind of like led us to the urge to do a whole new episode of the Secrets of Isaac's Well. It will be called Jafora, the water below.
Are you going to take a trip to the bottling facilities, or
Yeah. I want to go to the beverage factory and try to research them on them. And
ask them? Just ask them where they get their water from.
no, yeah, but it's like no, but the thing is that we're gonna research also the whole geographic area, and we're gonna try to illustrate or something like that how it actually looks, and how this underground well is kind of like expands, okay, and. The thing is that all the facilities which are like around it, okay, and they're probably using those water are like very high, sophisticated, high tech industries, and it's I told you about agriculture. They're like inventing all kinds of like new breeds of plants over there, and with biological, they have like the biological institute. It's like something like it's considered now in the city of Ness Ziona, which is the next by city, but it's still in the geographical area of what we think is the well over there. And this is the biological plant is it's like I don't know what kind of like doomsday weapon they're like developing over there. It's like I used to live in Ziona, in this city, right next to the factory. I felt like the Simpsons, you know, that they are like in the city with the nuclear plant or something like that. That it's gonna burst in any second or something. It's yeah.
So, funny story, junior high, high school, one of my names is Mr. Burns, side Burns Bernie, and Boo Earns from The Simpsons for the Mr. Burns.
That's funny.
Okay.
Mine was Shaft. So
Mine was Birdcage.
I had an art teacher who called me Elevator Shaft. It was like, what?
No. Okay. Ooh.
So,
I think that what is that? Now I think that I owe you another update. Okay, it will be a short one about my disposal out of Facebook, part 3, and
okay, go on then.
yeah.
Go on then.
So nothing much like happened. I didn't got back to Facebook, but my friends did.
Odyssey talk, because it's like we're on multiple YouTubies here where we don't want to cross too many algorithm strike words and so forth.
All right.
Say that again, Bernie. Sorry, dude. Say that again, mate.
There's just certain like topics and words that it's like you can't say too many times, or like the YouTube algorithms like will strike it, and like it gets pulled and like flagged and stuff, and
Yeah.
we'll have to do another future episode on Odyssey where we now have the channels as well, and that it's completely uncensored. It's amazing, and they back up everything from our YouTube accounts on Odyssey too. And then we're connecting. What hilarious enough, I'm going to be looking into. I think it's either Pornhub or maybe the OnlyFans or something. But it's like they now have like the servers set up for this, like because it's all explicit like rights and like privacy based video hosting and streaming content, that they now have a section for like these podcasts and for like alternative, like just informational discussions and whatnot. And it also has the potential for decent monetization because it's based off of video with privatization, with rights, with pornography, which is just ridiculous amounts of cash flow, and they've connected it to crypto. So it's like it could be the very next thing that you may be looking for Bernie on one of those. We'll let you know. But in the meantime, Odyssey is amazing. I also just started on Twitch, and I'm going to be always doing on Twitch. I'm also usually doing Twitter, and depending on, I alternate between doing half of them on one of my 2 Facebook accounts or on the Twitch or the Twitter, just like alternating if we have 3 or if you have 10. And there's just so much to be doing. It's awesome, this metaverse that's
I mean, I've got to say, man, I don't think that anything that has any connection to either of those 2 channels I'd want to be getting anywhere near, because just of where their connections to certain deep state and trafficking industries and stuff.
Deep state, what is YouTube? Like, I mentioned consciousness, and I literally have porn bots start flushing the live chat, and a guy coming on and using someone else's name and exposing himself. Like,
I know, man.
Like the censorship algorithms where we have to be worried about what words we say and it shuts down. You play a video that's copyrighted and like YouTube like instantly blocks it, like, but they can't hide that. Like, come on, like there's a messed up things going on.
No, we have to get away from YouTube, but I don't think I'm not sure that.
Not at the same time. It's just it needs to be like the darkness needs to be brought out and exposed and like canceled in the wrong ways, and like the injustice suppressions need to be fixed and reversed and advanced, and
whose funding channels needs to be exposed. Do you know what I mean? Like there's
polarization needs to stop, and emotional idiocracy needs to stop. Is what it really needs.
And it's like everybody needs to be wearing jackets of who they're sponsored by, so we know where it's coming from. So you know what you're choosing to invest in. That's all. Because I agree with Richie. That would be my only thing. But I know I'm on YouTube, and we don't. That's Google. We get into this with it all. We all have. There is a point. It's just I would just be very careful. That's all.
I want to share my story with Facebook, if I may. I think it's also already like the after deeds or something like that. After you've been kicked out and censored till your bones.
Dude, listen. All I'll say to that is, you do know that I don't think that that's any of us in here that give a fuck about Facebook.
Yeah, no, me too. But I think this story must be told. Okay.
Go on then.
So once I will begin with that. Once we got kicked out, okay, they asked for our ID to deposit our ID. Okay. Now some of us did that, including me. Okay. There were 7 of us that were kicked out, and few of them deposited their ID, and then a month afterwards, those 2 out of the 3 people got back to Facebook with limitations, whatever, and I didn't. Now, I throughout this month that I was kicked out, I was in contact with those lawyers. Okay, we sent them a letter to Facebook, and then they came back with those lawyers from the most distinguished lawyers' office in Israel, and those are Jewish lawyers. They're good. Anyway, so they came back to me, and I I kind of like threatened on them to to sue them, to whatever, to file a complaint in the police, whatever. I didn't really meant to do that, but so I was like I don't know, negotiating with them, and I was like asking them all the time, hey, why we've been kicked out, and who did that, and did you do that? And they couldn't answer to me about it. Now, like, and then like after after they brought my friends back and me didn't. Okay, so I kind of like wondered. I asked them, do you know why like they got back and me didn't? And then they told me something like really peculiar. They told me that I addressed like through like I addressed through like the legal system, the legal pipe, and they went through like the software pipe, okay, like with addressing Facebook. So if you like approaching to the legal side, then you are like it takes longer.
Right.
I don't know. Now, yeah, it seems logical, maybe. I don't know. It seems weird. And I was like, while she was like explaining it there to me, and I was like complaining to her how ridiculous it sounds, because they were like the ones who kicked me out, and they don't know what happened to me, why I'm not in. So it's kind of like, and I'm here, but it's the same thing. It's Facebook, but no answers. And I don't know. It's kind of like, and I was saying to myself in my head, I'm like pissing off, and yelling about this poor lawyer. But and I'm asking myself, why do I do that? Like I'm not really want to go back to Facebook. Okay, so
how much did you spend, dude? How much did you spend on lawyers?
With time?
On money?
Money about what?
For the lawyers.
No. The lawyers they're like representing Facebook. The legal. Now the Facebook's lawyers they can't talk to me from some reason. I don't know. Maybe
they could talk to your lawyer. No, they could dude, because this is how law works. You're talking in the corporate world. As soon as you go into law, it's the corporate world. You're a dead entity. You're not. You can't speak to them. They can speak to your lawyer, but they can't speak to you.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so they sent their minions, those two lawyers from I don't know, from this very distinguished lawyer's office. Anyway, and like finally I asked them like, and we kind of like thought between ourselves, like, why did they get back and I didn't? Okay. And then they kind of like we thought about it for a while, and then we reached the decision, the conclusion that this is their way of like divide and conquer. Okay.
One sec, Ned. We're just going to say goodnight to this legend who's been streaming for 7 hours, and he's got to go to bed, man. He's got to go and get some sleep.
I gotta get like a 3-hour power nap in at least, if not.
Bernie,
we'll
for
see
sure.
She goes, I love you all. We will.
Love you too, man. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
We'll talk about Rumble later.
Lovely time together, and we'll catch you guys on the next one.
Yeah. We'll see you in the Magic Treehouse, dude. See you in the Magic Treehouse. All right, bro. Later.
Awesome.
Okay.
Always in the Magic Treehouse. Always in some sort of Magic
Treehouse.
We'll see you in there, dude. Take it easy. Sleep well.
Yeah. Sleep well.
Sorry. Carry on there.
No, I'm down about Facebook complaining about that. I just thought that, like, I think that the whole thing that they're doing to us right now is it's an actual a lesson. Okay, maybe they're like teaching the fact checkers or something like that in a course or something like that, how to treat a bunch of conspiracy theories. First, you kind of like banish them, and then you kind of like bring back half of them, and and it's like a teacher comes into the classroom.
Do you notice that? Have you noticed that? Like, okay, so on Instagram, who's now owned by Facebook, you now have to agree to share content. You're willingly signing a quote unquote contract, and they're probably on a list.
Sarah got put on a list for sharing something that I put up. Sarah got put on a list for it because she was sharing something that I've been sharing. That means I'm on a list too.
More and more, we all keep talking about it and showing our faces and showing that we're not scared and giving even our full names and saying, "Yep, what do you want to do with this? Good luck."
Hang on. I've got some. Hang on. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Hang on. Where? Oh, there it is. Sorry. That's for Google.
Yeah.
That's for Google, man. That's for Google. That's for all of the people that
social networks being controlled by the devil itself. Okay.
That's for all the haters. All the haters. All the
Fuckers. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Okay.
Get it. Needs a little oil.
Anyway, so yeah, that's it. I think that you just want to divide us and divide and conquer. It's like a teacher is coming to the classroom and says like only half of the kindergarten of the classroom is going to a field trip, and then she leaves the classroom, and then what happens? Like the children start to fight between each other.
It is, isn't it? It is basically. It's exactly that. I mean, it's just they want us bouncing off each other, but not in a good way. They want us in a
struggle. Yeah,
fighting.
And also, it's like one of the most remembered things out of the COVID time, like about a year ago. There was this big. They started vaccinating the children to school, and part of the children wanted to vaccinate and not, and part of the parents wanted to vaccinate the children, partly not, and then they kind of like offered all kind of like sanction, to convince the parents to vaccinate their children, and they're like in the government meeting. The Prime Minister said, "Oh, I want to create like a WhatsApp groups that vaccinated parents will convincing the other ones, and I want them to fight between one another." Okay, this is what he said. Like he wants the parents to fight between one another about this vaccine thing. It's devilish, and it's the same method that they're using in social networks and in all sorts of other places. Okay, just this divide and conquer, I guess.
Well, they want to see, like, I mean, the thing with profile pictures, that was perfect for them because they could see exactly who their minions were. It's like, oh, Ukrainian flag, nice one. It's all right. We got old Jim Smith, hot number 32. Yeah, it's just all potential Agent Smiths. All potential Agent Smiths.
So I'm taking a break. Okay. It's 4 hours, Rich. It's 4 hours.
It's 4 hours. Yeah, I know. That's what I was just going to say. It's been 4 hours. What do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do?
To be honest, I think we've had a really good stream. I think this would be a great place to end it, and really appreciate you all being here. Of course, Callum, thank you so much for joining us as usual. Love your insight, and Nir.
You've been very quiet tonight, Callum.
Yeah,
you haven't had much of a chance to get a word in. I don't think. I don't know. It's
You're the reason I come to this show.
No, seriously. But it's great to have your questions, available, and then the insight with Bernie too, because you have some knowledge with that. But then Nir, again, you have a totally different view of things as well as information to share with us, and it was kind of cool to sync that worked out. So thank you.
I mean, what I like as well is there is a cultural difference. There's a cultural difference between. I mean, there's similarities between the three of us.
United States, UK, Tenerife, and Israel. I mean, I think that's
But but our culture is fairly similar though. But American and English and Australian culture is fairly similar, whereas Israeli culture is completely different.
We
You know,
wanna be similar. Wanna be similar.
I mean, we are. We're the same, really. We're the same. We'd be doing exactly the same things if that's how we'd been brought up. If that's how we'd been programmed. You know, if we'd had the same education as you, that's exactly what we'd be doing. So.
But I can relate. I can relate to Nier. You know, like especially because in more modern day, what we're
This
going
is my point. This is my point. It's a different culture, but we can still we can all relate, and we all see like when there's a different culture, but we're all the same. We're not that. We're not different, man. And
that's how I feel. I've always felt that way. Yeah.
it's like with China and Russia, and Israel. All we hear is propaganda. That's all we ever hear. We don't ever hear anything real. So it's nice to, you know.
But at the end of the day, like
real.
I had a neighbor growing up, and her, they were from like, you know, her grandparents didn't drive; they rode bikes around town. And there was other things that, you know, I don't need to get into the details, but what they did is in a family culture, like when we'd come and ask her if she could play, things like she had very specific things she had to do, and it was all very much based on her culture. Regardless of that, what I'm getting at, there was still connections, because at the end of the day, it comes down to what's the true goal and what's the true purpose that we're all trying to meet.
Which is to have fun, isn't it? When we're kids, it's just to have fun. And you go through the things to be able to, you know, to all get together and do something all together and have fun and share an experience. Like share an experience. It's all about sharing experiences. I think that's got to be like one of the most important
I got a
things.
story for I got a story, nice one from yesterday. I've been a great psytrance party as usual on my Saturdays, and like over there, like in the middle of like the sets over there, I was sitting down, and lady that I was coming with, she was saying to me, like, you know that the DJ's name is Nir Shoshani. It's like my name, okay? And oh yeah, and I actually knew that that there was a DJ named Nir Shoshani, and I kind of like so I got over to the DJ stand and I told him, "Hey, hello, Nir Shoshani." And I said, "Yeah," and I said, "Hey, Nir Shoshani, how are you?" And then I jumped over like to the DJ stand to speak to him, and I told him like I don't know what I was thinking to myself, like, you know. I was a little bit high, but yeah, but I was like, the first thing I was like, told him about like the shared thing that we have about our name is the geometric symbolism of it. Okay, and I told him like, you know that Shoshani in geometry it's 666, and he's like, whoa. Because it is true. It is true. Like it's Shoshani. It's like Shin and Shin are like it equals 300 each, so it's like 600. And then Nun and Nun is 50, and Yud is 10, so it's 60. And then Vav it's 6. So it's like it goes out 666, and I kind of like had to deal with that. I kind of like discovered that in pretty much of a small age, about like 17 or something like that, and I had to live with that for about 20 years. That I had some.
Did it play on your mind?
Yeah, it did. But then, like afterwards, like I met up with this guy, and he told me this story. He told me instantly, like before I told him, he told me, "Hey, you know that your last name is 666?" I told him, "Yeah," and I'm like pretty much fighting about it. And then he's like, told me, "No, but you got like the balance." I told him, "What?" And then he told me, "Your first name, Nir."
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it goes on to be like R is 200. The I it's like it's 10. Okay, it's like in Yud, and the N is 50. So it's like 260. And they told me that the 260 is 10 times 26, and 26 it's the Jehovah amount. Okay, Jehovah in Hebrew. Okay, it's the sum of it, it's 26. So I told him. To the DJ, I told both the 666 things and the balance thing. So I kind of like I don't know. I finished with him easy, and then I got back dancing. Awesome party.
What's this? The numbers in the human self.
Well, this is really funny that he just brought this up because I recently did this thing called like it's this Chaldean numerology, and I did my full chart, and this is how I found out my master number, that I'm a 33.
Chaldean, darling. It's Chaldean numerology.
Well, you don't have to. I'm just kidding. Regardless, I just wanted to show this with what he was talking about because this is like more or less how you're kind of getting at how you figured it out. There's like a number system. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. I didn't really. Okay. Yeah. No problem here. So, yeah. Anyway, I don't know my exact. What's interesting to me is my name. I feel like my name in every way that I read about it in a sense, and of course this is the unbalanced. Okay. But that's hilarious to me because everything else in my profile, it's not like that bad, but my name is like working against me in that way. So, but what's funny is my first name is actually Princess. It means princess. But look at that. What does princess then mean? Because I think there is a connection. I think that victimhood makes sense to me for some reason as princess, because what the princess always needs saving.
And the princess has no free will either. She has to marry the prince, the guy that the king says, and it's a very it's kind of an enslaved life, isn't it? A princess.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I mentioned earlier the mother of Isaac, and their name was Sarah.
Oh yeah. And Abraham and Sarah from the Bible, right?
Also, like my name in Hebrew, in Israel, in Hebrew, like pretty much everyone has a meaning to his name. It's like an actual word in the language. So my name Nir, it's a field, okay, and Shoshani, it's kind of like Shoshan, it's a rose, okay. Shoshan, it's like a bouquet of roses, something like that, and sounds like an Indian something, right? Anyway, it's and I think, and I have this thing, and it's also like related to the Bible with the names in my family, because my grandfather, his name was Jacob, okay. Also a very interesting story. His name was Jacob, and he got
Jacob and Isaac. Isaac was Jacob's son.
No, Isaac was Jacob's father.
Isaac was Jacob's son. Yeah.
Okay. Now, so he came over to Israel before the Second World War, and he got married once, and then his wife passed away in birth, and then he got married to her cousin. Okay, and she was named Rachel. Okay, Rachel was also the name of the wife in the biblical story, and they had a son, which his name was Joseph, which is the name of my father. Okay, and so I kind of like, and the story goes on in the Bible that Joseph had two sons named Menashe and Ephraim. Now, so I kind of like figured it out that according to the biblical story and according to our family tree, so me and my brother, I have also like one brother, and so one of us is supposed to be Menashe and one of us is supposed to be Ephraim, but our name is not Menashe and Ephraim. Our names are Nir and Guy. Now, so I kind of like looked at the map of the tribes, okay, that got over to Israel, and I saw where each tribe kind of like settled, and the tribes are named after Jacob's sons, okay, and after Jacob's sons and the sons of Joseph. So I saw where like the tribes of Menashe and Ephraim were settled, and Ephraim were like settled between the mountains of Judea and Jerusalem, and between the mountains of the Carmel. And the name of my brother Guy is in Hebrew. The interpretation is a valley. Okay, so they kind of like this Ephraim tribe. They actually lived in a valley, and his name is Guy. So he's probably representing this Ephraim. And I kind of like I'm a Libra sign, and I told you that my interpretation of my name is Nil. Now the Menashe tribe, they sat down in both sides of the river of Jordan, and this is kind of like representing me, because it's also like because it's a river, it's like a low plain, and with fields over there, and also like I'm like a Libra sign, so it's kind of like I always have to be like in both
I think-
sides. So he's like
Do-
both sides of the Jordan. So I'm Neil Menashe, whatever. Yeah, sure. Yeah, right.
What I think is really important about what you've just said, Nair, is that every single one of us have a connection to this story in some way. We can either trace it in family name, we must all be able to find the connection. I've got my when I trace my family, I trace it back to this famous pirate, and back in the 1600s, Henry Avery, and I've got the Freemason connection, and all of that. So I'm really connected. I feel like I've got skin in the game. This is kind of, I feel connected somehow to the story that's going on, and I think that has to be true. We're all connected. We are all connected to this story, and that's why we're doing that's why we're on this quest trying to find what the fuck's going on, man, because we're all connected. Like you've got these.
It's like they put us in the middle of the plot, okay? They put us in the middle of the plot of the story, and then we need to like find out where we are, like in this, movie Cube or something like that. Do you remember this Cube movie that they're like twisting in rooms and stuff like that? So it's like
I think what that represents is consciousness. I think that represents it, right? Our consciousness being trapped in a cube.
Yeah, something like that.
That's not like our awareness, our perception. What is a cube? What I mean, it's lots of cubes within a cube. What is a cube? A cube is a box. What is a box? A paradigm. So
we
talked
about the definitions. Remember, like earlier this week, we talked about like on Friday or something. We talked about definitions, and I think that also like we'll pass through Hebrew for a second. The word in Hebrew for definitions are like it's hagdarot, and it's coming from the root of gadel, which is in Hebrew means fence. Now. It means like that the definitions in Hebrew, it means like to fence something with like a border or something like that. Now, farmer. Anyway, so I think that all definitions lately, I've been noticing that dealing great damage to,
Dude, they're changing definitions. They're changing definitions as we speak. In real time.
But the actual thing that you define something, okay, it's put it in this structure that you told in this cube that you mentioned
when you define
earlier.
something, it's like you define it. Like something is fine detail. When you have fine detail, so each one of us is an intricate. Yeah, or finite, but it's like defining is boxing it. It is restricting it. It's like saying
once you have
you are
something,
that and you are nothing else.
Once you have something which is like too big, okay, with too much numbers in it, and you have to infinite in some way, yes. So you have to define it, okay, to give it this meaning, this definition. Yeah, and it makes it narrow, okay? It makes it so. For instance, I talked earlier about astrology, and we talked earlier about numerology. Okay, those are things that those definitions of those things are really narrowing down this whole thing. Okay, because for instance, astrology it kind of like treats those angles in the stars or whatever. Okay, and if you like only see that as the connection between the stars in ours and this whole energy thing, is that all you see in this thing? So it really narrows down. Okay, the whole concept of our relation with the stars and what happens and the energies and all of that. this is a really bigger thing, okay? A real big thing. So
like you say, like
to give it a name, or for instance, for like in numerology, okay? I'll give the numerology is considered like a symbolizing all kinds of like names and letters with numbers. Okay.
Numerology is all about toroidal fields, and numerology is used. It's reducing everything down to a single digit.
Frequency. It's frequency. Think about it. This is going back to Emoto Masadi. So we know that everything like that comes out sound wise, we could gauge that way. It's the same.
Now
we know heat now. We can do that as well.
And it's 0 to it's up to numbers up to 9, and there are 9 solfeggio.
Wherever you take the definition of numerology, okay, it still narrows down the big definition, the big concept of like relation between numbers and letters and people and all of that. So it is a wider thing than numerology has to define. So every time that we are like defining things, we leave lots of the things like outside this box, this definition.
Outside of the box,
yeah. Yeah. So and this is, I think, a big sin that that we are doing. It limits us with research. It limits us with
I mean, I wouldn't want to. I definitely wouldn't want to class it as a sin. I wouldn't want to label it as a sin. I think
it's a stupidity.
I think it limits us. We're basically we're just reinforcing the cage, or the tether, the tether that's holding us down. It's just limiting us, holding us back.
I agree.
And we're doing it to ourselves.
It could be bigger than that, and that, like, somebody wrote in a comment earlier. I apologize for not pulling it up, but they were saying more or less like you got to be conscious that everything we know was potentially written either by us or by something that influenced us. So everything we know, so it's like we might not even fully. It's like spectrums of color outside of what we can see. There's a possibility we don't even know what we envision unicorns and airships. What if it's more magical than that? You know what I mean?
But when you said that as well, like it's like when you say it might have been written by us for us. It's so we're eternal, not the ego, but the soul that we're carrying is eternal. Maybe the soul was in an avatar that had an ego that wrote, it's like, maybe, how do we, none of us know really. One of us might have a soul that was in one of the, that wrote something that we're reading now or quoting now, or I like thinking about it like that.
I think that our soul is like present in our, in this body right now. And once we will die, everyone will die, I guess. And after that, the soul leaves the body. And I guess I'm going over there always to the question of God over here. And I personally believe, and
I don't think there's any. For me, there's no question of the creator.
But I do think that at the end of our days we will be judged. Okay, we will be judged according to our not according to our actions. Okay, but according to our spirit, we will be judged.
I think we've already been.
It's happening while we're living. We've already been judged, dude. It's already happened.
Yeah, I think
you've already
happened based on past lives too. If there's any truth to that.
Yeah, I put more stock in the Egyptian, the idea that the heart gets weighed against the feather, and it's not about what you've done, it's about how you feel about what you've done,
how light your
heart is, and
whether it's
from which kind of motives did you did things? Which kind of like motives got you to do things, right?
Yeah, I mean exactly. It's like if you did something, like if you kill somebody, but you did it because you feared for your life, I think because if you feel guilt, then you go down into what's it called? Mahat. Is it Mahat? Into the sands
Jahannam?
where you no,
Yeah.
it's Mahat or something. But I personally feel like I'm certain in my own heart, I'm absolutely like certain on this because I've had so many. I don't know if it's. I have to think about it actually if it's just this confirmation bias, but I seem to have just got so many signs and signals to say that what we're doing. It doesn't matter how you do it. This version, the last version, you are going to do it every single way eventually. Like the whole point is your soul is reincarnated to try and do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again. And why are we doing it again? Why has the soul got to keep reincarnating, reconnecting with the egos that exist within the avatar, try to communicate with it, do it over and over and over and over again? I think it's all to train us to get control of this physical avatar, to get control of our emotions, because our emotions are the most destructive. Whilst that's what comes from the creator, this emotion, this energy in motion. So we have been given, like, it's a godlike ability that this emotion has the potential to actualize. Like, if you are able to love everything and everyone unconditionally, you won't necessarily nobody would have to destroy anything, would they? They could dismantle and take down and change and rearrange and whatever. And there might be things that have a natural, like,
And that's good chaos.
Life in this realm. We aren't part of the food chain. We've never been part of the food chain. We think we're at the top of the food chain. We're not at the top of the food chain. We're just not part of it. We fitted into it, and we take advantage of it. We're meant to be watching what's going on here and contributing to it and trying to make it more than trying to expand on it and make it even more beautiful than it is already. But if we don't have control of our emotions, but we have full control, we have full power, we're just going to destroy everything and everyone eventually. And maybe that's, I said the other day, maybe that's what happened. Maybe we were the Greek gods. Maybe these stories of the Greek gods were real. It was true. It's all has basis in truth, in factual things that happen. Maybe let's go into Jason's theory that in the vapor canopy, there were titans, and the titans existed because of the atmospheric pressure, the oxygen levels, all of the different. It was a different realm when there was a vapor canopy. The titans existed, and they were bloody huge. And then they had then they gave, the vapor canopy falls, and then the giants come, and the giants have some of the powers of the titans. But it all gets written out in this Greek history of titans.
They are sons of fallen
Gorgons.
angels.
But what they were was us humans, but with more power than we should have had. We were able to destroy things. We were able to just go and wipe out because of every single Greek story and Roman thing. It's all about jealousy. They're jealous. They get jealous. They get angry. They kill and they destroy and they blow up. And the whole point is to not do that.
Can I debunk Greek mythology for a second? And maybe Roman.
You can't. You can't debunk it. You can give an argument as to why you think it's not real.
Okay, cool. Anyway, you said earlier about the Titans and the Giants. You said that they were like forming out of what? Like out of ecological transitions, things like that. I don't know. Anyway,
I said they were present during the time of the vapor canopy when when the pressures on the Earth were completely different, when the oxygen levels and the hydrogen levels and everything was completely different in this Earth, and they've recreated those conditions that here in like biodomes, and they've noticed that the insects and the reptiles and the plants grow to 3, 4, 5 times as big as they normally do in those conditions when they've tried to recreate what they think the conditions would have been like. So it makes sense what Jason
anyway,
says about that.
after reading the Book of Enoch, Book of Enoch, I've been
Enoch was Enki. Enki and Enoch were the same person. If you get like the stories are parallel to each other.
Enoch, he was in the Bible, he was mentioned as the grandfather of Noah, from Noah's Ark. Okay, and it's besides that, nothing has been told about him, and besides that he was taken to be with God. Now, the Book of Enoch was found, in Israel in the Qumran caves in 1947. Okay, and it was found in a cave, well preserved, along with all the rest of the biblical stories. And over there, they're explaining what happened in the gap, which is in the end of between the end of chapter 5 in Genesis and chapter 6. And what happened over there? They're mentioning that the giants, the sons of God, were here in the land. And then afterwards, they're telling about that God is very angry and wants to make a flood. Now, the Book of Enoch comes to complete us the picture of what happened in those times that made God so angry, so he needs to bring the flood. Now, so what they're telling over there, that there was a rebellion of the fallen angels against God.
Yeah, and the angels came into the daughters of men. And they had men of renown, and that's what I'm talking about. So you need to go right. You need to watch those. You need to watch those playlists that I sent to you.
I will.
All right, you need to watch them.
I will. Now, but here's the thing: the origin of those giants and titans and all of that, they are from this intercourse between those fallen angels and the sons of man. And,
Fallen angels is only a narrative that the Catholic Church has put on that, though, and they're all Catholic and Jewish.
I think there's in the Book of Enoch. It's written in Enoch.
Yeah, but no, but right.
It's not related to Christianity.
But it was the Book of Enoch was included in the Bible until
No. I told you that they just found this book in 1947. In 1947, they found firstly this book.
Okay. Well, the Ethiopian Bible has got the Book of Enoch in it.
No.
I think it has. The Ethiopian Bible, I think it does.
Show me the Ethiopian Bible.
Anyway, I think.
All right. I was about to say, do we need to schedule a debate? I think we actually. And I was going to say, Nir, you come on, and I think unfortunately you end up coming on towards the end of our show, and I would it would be nice if we could do even a midweek show where we could talk about some of this too. Wouldn't be?
Yeah, sure.
Because you do have really good knowledge on this, and this. I'd actually like to hear you and Jason Bashir's talk because I know you have a lot.
Excuse me. The first Book of Enoch, the Ethiopic Book of Enoch, or First Enoch, is more known as simply the Book of Enoch, although this book is considered apocryphal for the Western canon. It is contained in the Ethiopic Bible. Here you go. There we go. You can kiss it if you like.
I want
kiss my ass. Kiss my ass, mofo.
Your good friend over here is gonna go down with it, okay? Because I'm, besides being H News, I'm also a CEO of a translation company, and so you bring me down this Ethiopian Bible book, and I will translate it, and I will see if the book of Enoch is there.
I'm just gonna send you. I'm just gonna send you.
We're waiting.
Hang on, I'm just sending you.
Anyway,
we were gonna end this stream an hour ago.
Yes, we were.
Just a second, but
So
but I wanted to
there's a link. There's a link to what I just got that from. I've sent it to your WhatsApp.
All right. Anyway, Greek mythology, okay, Roman mythology, Indian, Chinese, Hawaiian, whatever, okay. Those are all what they were representing the gods and all of that, fallen angels, and that's it.
If you subscribe to the fucking if you subscribe to that.
See, and I think it's written based off of considering that, you know, Sumerian text is one of the first texts we know, the most ancient text, right? So at some point the story evolved, and then so to me that's what the Bible represents in all forms. Is a story that was like
the Bible
through that telephone game, you know, that game where you play, like you whisper in someone's ear, you tell them something, and they
Chinese whispers.
What the Bible versions and in other religions too, though, don't get me wrong, because Hinduism is like a translation of several different types of gods, and right. So to me,
Hinduism comes from Sanskrit. Sanskrit comes from the.
Telling you that somebody came down from the heavens, so your fallen angels came down from the stars, fell from the stars, but they actually describe and have depictions. There's a lot of cultures of UFOs and actually coming out of ships. So
yeah, but UFOs doesn't exist.
Well, I think it's more complicated.
Hang on. UFOs certainly do exist because I've seen them. I've personally witnessed UFOs. I've witnessed the actual, the mechanical
I can
type
agree with that, but
flying
they
ones,
come from other planets.
and the orbs as well. They don't come from other planets. They come from inside. They come from inside this one.
They're from it, so they're not they're not UFOs. They're locals.
They come from inside this one.
They're going to disclose aliens soon anyway. We'll find out soon enough. All right.
Yeah, man. Listen.
Find out if your reptilians are real or not. All right.
We're gonna find. Listen, what's gonna happen, right? Look, listen. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen is Ukraine's gonna fire HIMARS at the that place there over there where there's like this nuclear stuff going on. It's gonna be a really big explosion, right? Or they're gonna say there was, and they're gonna say, and then what they're gonna do is they're gonna say, oh, but it's okay because the aliens have come down and they're going to help us clean it all up. And it's going to be the V, it's going to be like V, right?
Some scientist or somebody said that they're here already and they haven't come down because we're not playing nice.
We need a universal threat.
Yeah. Yep. Somebody's got to save us. Somebody's got to save us, right?
Yeah. We can't do it ourselves.
Well, we've all got to
I'm going to say no on that. I'm going to cancel. I'm going to cancel that spell right there. Absolutely no. No, we will save ourselves. We will be saving ourselves. We've already done it. Time. The only time that exists is right now, and right now we're doing everything that we need to do to be in 20 years' time. It's all fixed because we've set the wheels in motion now in what we're doing now. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, you've been absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much for your time.
Seriously.
We appreciate your time. 4 hours, 36 minutes. We've still got 34 people. We dropped down to 28 and now we're back up to 34.
That's pretty impressive.
We
Again,
love
for all the time. Thank you for being with us. This is awesome. I can't tell you how much
If anybody's still watching on Roxanne's channel, thank you very much.
Great contribution. Even the challenging ones, even the people who were like, hey, wait a second, why did you time that person out? It was like, please challenge that stuff. Let's talk about it. Let's all be open books. So thank you. Thank you for everything.
And and everybody in Bernie's chat as well. If anybody's still in Bernie's, thank you very much for your time. We will see you again. Well, we're going to go live in the week sometime. Once or twice in a week. So, we'll be back. We'll be back in a week. Just keep your eyes peeled. Do us a favour. and give us all a thumbs up and leave
Yes,
a
please.
nice comment to help us with the algorithm, and share it in your social media if you can, and click the bell if you want to be notified for the next one. There will definitely be one next Sunday, but there's going to be more before then. If you want to be notified, click the bell. But thank you very much. We love you, and we will see you
guys. Big time.
In this life in the, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I calculate not a lot really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, you know, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's how to turn something around when it's going. And it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, you know? That's why I treat it like voodoo, 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 voodoo. I do find I still have a talent to like cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. Like when I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I've thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. Hopefully, that hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed.